All right. We're going to go here pretty soon. Wait for at least one person to pop in. We're going to be doing terminal tweaks for a good hour. Just having fun with it. I found a bunch of things that I needed to fix on my terminal since I moved to back to Mac, and I'm going to talk about terminal optimizations and just really cool things that you can do in your terminal. That a lot of people don't know about. I'm going to be recording several videos during this live stream and this VOD, so this is stuff I needed to do anyway. Hey, Bel Maria. So a lot of it's going to end up in the Skill Stack Beginner Boost because I just might as well record it while I'm doing it. Um, so we're going to talk in general about how to like which terminal to use. Hey, how you doing, Moz? We're gonna have fight. We'll fight with each other about what is the best terminal emulator. And by the way, it's called a terminal emulator, and I'll briefly talk about why. It's not called a terminal, even though we call it terminal all the time. And we're gonna talk extensively about Tmux. Tmux is going to be probably the main thing we're going to talk about today, and then we're going to explore a future where configuring your terminal isn't a pain in the butt. That it's something that can be actually one command, and all of your customizations, including Tmux, Vim, Bash RC, and everything, could just be set automatically for you beautifully, so that you don't have to remember everything. Because one of the biggest challenges, hey Bibson, one of the biggest challenges to any Linux user or terminal user is when you open up something like when you open up something like a vimrc file or a bash rc, it's way more than you would ever understand. And so I am probably going to make something like this. I did notice my good streaming friend Chris Titus does tech. I did notice that he's got a tool. He's famous for having made a bunch of Windows utilities, and his Windows knowledge and Linux knowledge, and he's just an all around awesome guy. But he was using a the other day I saw him, and he was using a monolith command called Z, and he was doing Z space and then something else, and I was like, what? Because I championed the use of a Z monolith 4 years ago when I started Bonsai, when I did Bonsai, and we're going to talk about why that is probably the future of terminal setup and usage, and how come I'm going to go ahead and build all of that into my monolith so that anybody could have those settings for themselves, if they want to have those kind of things for themselves. And that way you could build your own monolith routines, and stuff. So this is all interrelated, and it boils down to a couple things that happen. So why did I even start doing this? So the other day, it took some time to do it. So a couple of things are broken on this terminal right now. Like my fonts don't match because it's not supported, and some other things were kind of annoying me. So like when I edit my Bash RC, I was not getting. Whoops. Let's turn Tmux on. Let's go into my dot files, and then let's fire up Tmux. So uh, RC. So what was happening was I was using Tmux, and I was doing my edit, and this is actually old Git pull. I've already made a bunch of changes to this. Yeah, there we go. And it might have been fun to go see the changes from then. Actually, let's go get on Bastion.local. My video is misaligned. I know. Are you talking about the big black part at the bottom? Yeah, that part I know about, unfortunately. Yeah, the only way to fix that for me, let me show you what's up with that. The reason that's happening is because, um, well, it's happening on purpose. That's all I'm going to say about that. Yeah, yeah, yep. I mean, I can try to mess with it a little bit. Let me just give it a little second here. Yeah, see, the reason it's doing that is um, because of when I go down like this, it will actually become a problem. Hey, Grabe, how's it going? Arch, Bootfell, please change this compressor key to continue. Stop trying to install Arch. Why are you using Arch? It's a waste of time. Nobody uses Arch except for people who want to say they use Arch. Nobody who has a job uses Arch. At least not for their job. I know. Fight me. And I'm learning TMUX and getting Grok as my AI assistant terminal. That's cool. I use mods in terminal. At least I did. I stopped doing it for a while. Unless their job is fixing Arch. I know. Why the hell are you using Arch if you're a beginner? If you're a beginner, you need to do something simple. You need something stable that's going to be around. Like, oh, I don't know, Linux Mint. I'm so tired. I'm not mad at you, Grave. Grave, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. The reason you're failing is because you're like biting off way more you can chew. The only person who should ever be using Arch is people who want to understand the low, dark magic of Linux. The end. Reinstall SysLinux. Yeah, just... That's all I'm going to say about that. Because anyway. Okay, there's a problem here though, because like when I go back to let me... Because I got rid of the dark at the bottom, but it's going to cost us. So I know it's going to cost us. It's going to cost us. Yep. See, you see what it does? Yeah. I can't do 2 Mac OS screen captures. Wish I could. Really wish I could. You can't do 2. And so the 1 is always like misaligned. So you see how it's like not lined up right. You know, it's kind of a thing. It's kind of broken. Optimizing Postgres table. We're not doing that. No, that has no. I saw IKIP. It doesn't have any relevance. We're not doing that, by the way. Today we're just messing around with the terminal, answering questions on occasion. So somebody's like, "Your thing is out of alignment." It is out of alignment. So you know what I might be able to do there? Let's try this. This is all Mac related, by the way. This is because the reason this is happening is because I'm using a 14-inch Mac, and it does not play nice with 1080p. It does not like it. But I hear your point though. I'm actually kind of willing to try this instead. Come out of the Pocket 3. All right. I guess it's ricing, or ricing is a bad word. You're not supposed to say ricing. It's customizing. Yeah, I just confirmed it again. Ricing is a racist word. I'm not going to use it. You might be using it innocently and not know that. I don't want to use it. So, but I just did use it. So what's my problem? All right. So let me fix this again. Turn this off. Oh God, what just happened? Hi. I can see my wife walk in naked. She should know better not to walk in. She does all the time, though. Yeah, she really does. All right, here we go. I think what I can do is I can just change the terminal to be higher on the screen. Yeah, I mean, this is probably a better solution. Yeah, let's do that. You're missing the top information, but that's okay. You're missing the system information. This stuff is, my font is like extremely big because I know that people like to watch everything when they're doing their editing and stuff. So I'm just making sure everything wraps up. Okay, so that's my entire terminal right there. Okay, let me try one last thing. Give me 1 second. How about that? How's that, everybody? Does that work? It's pretty hard because I'm like chopping this thing right out. It's slightly cut off by now. I got it. Swap usage. So there we go. Nice and happy, all you OCD people. All you OCD wonderful people. Now I got to do this. And Terminal is going to be the name of the game all day, so I'm just going to be Bubblehead for most of the day today. Where is my Bubblehead? Okay. Uh, this would be so much easier on Arch. Wrong. Disagree. Hard disagree. So, I mean that works. That works for me. There's very little showing on the screen, but the letters are really big, so you can see what's happening. And I think that's the main point here. You want to be able to see what's on the screen, even if you're on a little phone. You don't have to see this tiny little chat at the bottom. If you're That's a bonus. Misaligned. And browser aspect ratio. Side black bar was missing the horizontal black bar. The horizontal black bar was because I can't switch back and forth. Watch. I can now. You see how I can switch back and forth? I still have to reposition myself in the middle and outside of the middle, but now I can't. Now I can switch back and forth, sort of. I wish, if I had one wish for Mac, it would be that they let me configure this thing so I don't have the heaven in the background there. I could be more flexible here, but I am satisfied. This has been extremely useful. I really like it. You can see now that my terminal, when I go big mode, my terminal sucks because now you can see the whole terminal. It doesn't cut it out because it's the whole screen, and that is what's being displayed by the Pocket 3. I don't think I can change it. I don't think I can change that. If I turn it off here, let me check something. Off. Nope, can't change it. Can't change that. All right, let's get back to doing something fun. Oopsie. I just did. Oh shit. You know what? I gotta turn that off. You have to turn your previews off because it will break. Oh my god, it will break. Yeah, I've been accidentally. I have to lock my preview. Okay. All right, and then I have to always pull my face out of there and put it someplace else. Okay. All right. So what? Let me tell my story. So. Yeah. I actually looked at installing NeoVim yesterday. I installed NeoVim. Yesterday I installed NeoVim. True story. Predator, how's it going? Yesterday I installed NeoVim and I was like, how easy would it be for this? Because I thought maybe NeoVim can. I'm not using NeoVim. Just don't worry. Yeah. Look, use Unix filters. So I did. I gave NeoVim another shot. We talked about NeoVim a lot, and I was like, maybe this will get around my Gale issues, my AL issue. And I thought, okay, I'll install NeoVim. And after I finally got it to work with my built-in VimRC, which it doesn't, by the way, it is fun. People told me yesterday that putting NeoVim on instead of Vim would see my VimRC and everything would just work. The answer is absolutely not. And it doesn't. It misses a bunch of things actually. So I went in and I put it in and I symlinked to the init.vim and everything, and then I started noticing that NeoVim does not have support for my VimRC file, and you can use VimScript, but not look. You cannot use this. Look, I'm going to prove it to you. Okay, so I was gonna say, let's go into my, where am I? Okay, where did I do it? Okay, so I put it, I think it's on my Mac. Yeah. Dot. And so this is yeah. So I was doing scripts. So okay, this all started when I started to do here's like my marquee script, right? And you see how looks like I haven't put it on here yet. It looks like my VimRC over here is not updated yet. Yeah, because this is wrong. So this has actually got problems in it, I think. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. Well, okay, so again, this all started. I installed NeoVim, but NeoVim is shit. Oh my god, it couldn't even see my VimRC. After I moved my VimRC to a non-standard location, and depending on who you go to, then I got NeoVim to work, And then I went to go edit something, and it was like, it doesn't see my plugins. It doesn't know how to use them. I was like, no. Then I realized once again how broken it is. You see this? Here you go. It doesn't even let you put in. No Flash is in there because the VI on Alpine uses it. So right off the bat, NeoVim is broken. XDG config home is pretty standard, except for on AIX and Solaris and all the other Unities that are out there. You know, putting something under .config is you could consider that an advantage. I agree. But and init.vim, yeah, probably a better name. That's all great, but I can't even fucking use it because it doesn't understand basic configuration that is available everywhere else, such as NoFlash. You don't know NoFlash because you're a NeoVim user. That's why. Because you don't use any systems except for your pretty little Arch Linux or whatever the fuck you've decided to use. It's not an actual Unix system. And that was the beginning of my annoyance with it. And I've written a whole blog about why I hate NeoVim, like point by point. I spent an entire day trying to fix all the problems with it 4 years ago, and that's what led to everything, all the drama and everything. It's horrible. I cannot believe people use it. You can't copy your... And the only reason I was even considering using it was because there's a single binary, which, by the way, to install NeoVim, that's what you have to do. You have to go download the binary and put it in the right place and get the right one. There's no installer for it at all. So, there's no... And then I was like, okay, I'll start writing my own installer. It's not different. It doesn't work. Being different is one thing. Not being able to load my vimrc, as you can see on the screen, how much more evidence do I have to prove to you? Look, I can't win this argument. People who love NeoVim are also people who like Trump, usually. They're the kind of people you can't argue with. They're so fucking dogmatic about it. And I just want to tell you, I wasn't dogmatic. I went into this trying to use it again. I went into it trying to use it today. And I opened it up and it can't even load my vimrc because that's how fucking stupid it is. It doesn't know how to skip options that it can't support. You know how basic of a thing that is? That's such a basic thing. But because it's been made to only, play nice with its own self and not allow other configurations to exist, such as, maybe, edrc on a system where it is sometimes symlinked. The original vimrc was actually edrc. In fact, until Vim, you had to edit edrc because VI is ed. VI is visual mode of ed. How many people knew that? NeoVim users don't even know that. They don't even know what ed is. Do they have to know that? Probably not. They probably don't need to know that. But before you go ripping shit out like vimrc compatibility, which is why my vimrc out of the box doesn't work. Oh, it's 100% vimrc compatible. Oh, it will fire up just fine. Bullshit. And I'm going to add it to the list. I have like 12 other bullet points that I wrote down. Look, when I criticize something, I give you details, and I have, so you can go through and make your own decisions. There's a lot of people who criticize people who don't use NeoVim, and they don't do that. And that's where the Trump reference comes from. Because they just, you don't agree with Trump? I'm not even going to look into why. I hate you. It's like, I honestly tried to use NeoVim yesterday. I tried to take the binary. I tried to consider the possibility of installing NeoVim from my binary so that my binary could put NeoVim in my local bin, which again is an XDG config home kind of standard, which is cool. And then I could use NeoVim on any system. I would as I talked about yesterday on the live stream, I could take my monolith and I could say install NeoVim, and it install Vim, and it would actually install NeoVim, and it would configure it properly, and it would just run. It would just be working. I can put that on any system, including ones that I've hacked that have very minimal shells. In fact, I could even build a shell into my Z thing. So my Z rootkit monolith is actually a standalone shell that has tab completion in it, and I can run it as a shell so that once I put it over there, usually when you hack a system through some like open port or something, you have PTY usually. And so, you can set it up, but it makes you more detectable. If I could have just run, an interactive command that from my rootkit over there in my monolith, I can get away with that. So I can put a shell in there, and that includes like bundling an editor like NeoVim. And so what I could do is I could do n I could do Z, Z edit or Z Vim, and then it would actually run the embedded NeoVim or Vim. I've actually thought about writing a Vim, and then it would actually run it. So this is all stuff that I'm mentioning. It's actually all related to customizing your terminal and tweaking your terminal because by doing that, I don't have to. You can see all the scripts and dot files and everything that's in my dot directory. That's all going to go into a single binary eventually, in a way that can be managed and run on anything, including Windows. Yeah, not use NeoVim on a hack system. Well, that's right. What would you use? Ed? They got rid of Ed and some systems for that reason, because you can't use the thing. The point is that yeah, the NeoVim is for people who want to customize and install. Same people as use Emacs. I don't want to have this argument. I have this argument all the time. What I just want is for it to work. And what I'm showing you is that it doesn't even launch. After all the work I had to do to even install it, which meant downloading a binary, there is no installer. And and so then I had to download it. And then I had to symlink it to the right place so it would see it. I mean, it would have taken them nothing. It would have been no extra effort on their part to say, if there's a vimrc, use that. But they chose to not to do that because they're dogmatic in their opinions about how things should be done. And the entire governance of the fact that they're not supporting the no flash option, the fact that they ripped out the fucking smiley face because we can't have smiley face in there, and Perl support. The people who are making the architectural design decisions about what goes in NeoVim are not people I would ever trust. They're not people I would trust. They are novices. They're absolute Unix novices, and they're making decisions that are bad, such as, why don't we support... You guys know what progressive enhancement means? Do you know what that means? I'm going to talk about this. It's a fundamental principle of architecture. All right, I'm going to talk about this, okay? I'm going to complain about NeoVim, and I'm going to record it. So get ready. Here it comes. All right. I want to talk about the principle of progressive enhancement, okay? And this is it's a very basic thing. I've talked about it a lot before, but I want to make another video about it because I can't emphasize this enough. So this on the screen behind me is me trying to use NeoVim yesterday. This is not a I hate NeoVim video. It could be, but it's not really the thing about that NeoVim. It's not really NeoVim that I hate. What I hate is I hate people who design software who do not understand progressive design, progressive enhancement. This is the P in PWA, progressive web applications. Progressive doesn't mean that they don't vote for Trump. Progressive means that you take what is on the system, what is available, and you use it. And then you incrementally ramp up the technology as you detect it. So if you don't have JavaScript support, let's not pick on NeoVim, but let's pick on a web browser, for example, right? Open a website. So if you have a website that has JavaScript, then you use JavaScript. But you create a website or a web application or particularly a documentation website. That's why I use terminal-based browsers and stuff. You make a website such as, a blog or a documentation site. I can show you right now, half a dozen really important websites that have documentation you cannot view without JavaScript support. That is not progressive enhancement. That is people who have designed their sites and applications in violation of a basic technology design principle. Basic. This is fucking basic. If you are not detecting what you have available so that you can cater to the user who's using your application, and you're forcing them to use technology that they do not need to use, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. And I'm going to get hate for this. I don't care. You're doing it wrong. What you should do is take the least amount of functionality and check for it. And then you check for more functionality and more functionality. I am running inside of a terminal. I am running as a pipe. I am getting piped. You see people who turn color off all the time, right? There's an idea of progressive enhancement. People, this principle applies everywhere. It applies everywhere. Whether you're making a tool that when it's run from the command line uses beautiful colors, because you can use color, right? But when it's getting redirected, it automatically doesn't use color because it's like, well, I'm getting redirected. I probably can't use really color here. But if they want to force use of color, they can use -C. It's a very common thing, right? This idea is everywhere and in good software, in good technology. But when you find that somebody has deliberately decided to force the use of a technology that's even optional, like, and let me give you the example of NeoVim here. I'm using an option called No Flash. And that option is supported by Alpine, which I think is the coolest Linux distribution. Definitely wins my award for the single coolest Linux distribution ever. And it does not use Vim. It uses a version of VI that is not even the original VI. It's not even NVI. And spoiler alert, it's actually just like BusyBox. It's not even VI. It's a VI that's been embedded in a multi-call binary, which is one of the coolest things you could ever make. It's so freaking cool. And that's why BusyBox is so cool and Alpine is so cool. It's also the reason that Bonsai allows you to make subcommands that are automatically detected if you hard link or symlink the thing with a different name, because it can detect the name. It's called a multi-call binary. Read about it. That's a different rabbit hole for another day. But this is one of those things. So I'm going to complain about this specific situation. NeoVim, this is me installing NeoVim by default, right? And first of all, I had to go get the binary. I won't even talk about what an annoyance it was to even get the thing. But it is a single binary. Ultimately it is, right? But where does it go? What permissions does it have? Well, things like that. And then I found out, and then, I read the thread that says, oh yeah, they've insisted on putting, first of all, they're insisting on reading their own syntax lines. So I don't get any syntax highlighting because I don't have syntax highlighting in their NVim location. That means I have to patch my system in order for their tool to work. Another thing that doesn't work out of the box is this, No Flash. This is, as I said, this is the Alpine thing. This is a setting that's only available to Alpine. And my VimRC has got a lot of this in here. In fact, I've had to do a little bit of progressive detection myself, enhancement detection in my VimRC, because I just want one VimRC. I don't want a million VimRCs everywhere. I want to maintain one VimRC, and I'll be able to carry that around to any system, any Unix, Windows, or anything that's got bash at all. I want to be able to run it and just carry that one. I don't want to manage multiple configurations, and I definitely don't want multiple files, because that's what I want to do, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is that NeoVim doesn't care about users like me at all. They don't. They're dogmatically telling me what I have to do instead of assuming that I am one of the, I don't know, millions of VI users who have learned to use VI as God intended, which is .vimrc, which by the way was edrc because VI is actually ed. Tell that to a NeoVim user. NeoVim has no idea what ed even is. The average, they don't have no idea. They don't even know what VI is. They'll call it V. That's a true story. So this is what I'm trying to tell you here. So we're going to go through this thing. Here it is right there. Alpine No Flash. So my Vim editor knows that it's not a valid option. It's like, this is an Alpine-ish option only. I added this pretty quickly, and I didn't add my thing. Does it have eval? So Vim Tiny lacks eval. So I actually probably should get around this by doing something like this. This might actually fix the problem, but I shouldn't have to fix the problem. And I want to tell you about that, because if NeoVim had been written properly, I don't know if you noticed, but Vim doesn't have any problem with this. Vim doesn't have a problem with this, but NeoVim does. Why? Because NeoVim, the designers of NeoVim, have chosen not to take the principle of progressive enhancement. They don't want to do that. They're no, you're going to do it our way, or you're not using our application. And that kind of thinking is enough for me to never use NeoVim ever. Because if there's even a hint of that kind of thinking in their minds, I don't want anything to do with the project. Because as soon as a project thinks it's smarter than its users, I'm done. And I'm just done. I'm done. And that's what they do. Right here, they're like, you should not use no Flash. Why would you ever want to use No Flash? That's a bad idea. And then this is me trying to use NeoVim. Look at it right now. I didn't even started recording stuff. I never even turned recording on. It doesn't. Okay, let me open the same file in Vim. Okay, let me do the same exact file in Vim. Here it is. It does everything right. It got it right. And so all of you who have been telling me that NeoVim is 100% compatible with Vim and VimRC, you're full of shit. Stop saying that. It's a lie. And NeoVim does not follow basic progressive enhancement techniques. It doesn't, and I will never use it because of that. That's all I needed to know. I didn't need to know that it's not compatible with everything else. It can't open syntax files. The reason is why? Why didn't they assume? I mean, they call NeoVim Vim when it's convenient for them. When it's convenient, when NeoVim wants to associate with Vim, they call themselves Vim. Like, oh, I don't know, when they're naming their conferences for the last 6 years. They call themselves NeoVim, but they are not. They're Vim, but they're not Vim at all. They're not. It's a bunch of Lua stuff. And so then when they was, oh, well, it's NeoVim, well, you know, it's definitely not Vim. But then when it comes to like, they could have easily kept this thing backwards compatible by detecting the Vim syntax files that are already on my system. They could have easily made the decision to read my .vimrc at its existing location where it has been for more than 25 years. But they didn't. They made a decision to say, fuck you, I am going to make sure you create a symlink so you can use my tool. Because we matter more than you, user. We are the creators. Behold our NeoVim. Why aren't you using it? Fuck you. Goodbye. I am so tired of this. Yeah, because Lua starts from 1. This video just got recorded. Yeah, last files. I'm going to publish it right now. I'm just tired of it. They don't listen to their users. If they listen to their users, I would play with them. I'm not. I'm going to get so much hate for this. Prime and I already had drama over this. The drama that Prime and I had back 4 years ago, the drama that I had, he came in my stream. Let me just tell you, this is how the drama started. I dared to shit on NeoVim, and I provided line item reasons for it. And in the middle of another tech stream that I was doing that was on topic, Prime came into my stream with his thousands of users while he was streaming, which is there's like tons of violations there of TOS just by doing that. He brought his gang into my stream while I was streaming, my tiny little happy little community, and he said, I use NeoVim. And then his entire gang started spewing, I use NeoVim, why are you hating on NeoVim? And they totally interrupted my stream. They took over my channel temporarily. And I made a comment. I was like, okay, whatever. I was like, you don't have to use it. And I did all my defense. I pointed to my justification. I pointed to wanting to use it, my legitimate desire to try to use it. These are all legitimate critiques of it. And I don't believe in saying stuff is shit. I think you should say why it's shit, right? And let people make their own things. With this none of it. Kokas, I'm not attacking you. And I'm not attacking Tej. I'm not attacking Prime. I'm not attacking you. This is the thing that I need to say. I am not attacking you. I am attacking bad design principles. And the people responsible for those bad design principles get really defensive. Okay, please stop attacking. So anyway, and then I made an anonymous blog post of my own that was public that referenced, I said I was just so happy for my community, and because I had just been kind of attacked, and I said I'm really happy for my community who agrees with what I'm saying. Last Files admits it, and people like that. I love my Mac OS. It's a Unix system. It's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system.
Mac is the largest Unix distribution on the planet. So anyway, I wrote a post, and I said how happy I was, and I made fun in the blog post of all of the, and I don't remember how I said it, but I ultimately implied the juvenile, and I referred specifically to bouncy ball streamers, and somebody saw it, one of Prime. But by the way, I deeply love and respect Prime at this point. I've been watching his streams a lot. I'm trying to explain to you where this came from, just in case, because we might end up having it again. But I guarantee you I'm going to get a response video after this. And it's probably going to come from Prime, and it's going to be very ugly. Because the last time that I dared to say something against it, he sent his entire mob after me. And I said how grateful I was for my community unlike the high energy bouncy ball streamers out there. And I never referred to Prime by name, but everybody implied it was him. And then he attacked me on Twitter, and then it was a who attacked who thing from then on out. And then it finally, I'm a huge fan of Prime at this point. And I'm telling you the drama because it is so far water under the bridge. But somebody mentioned Prime's going to get mad at you for making this video. And I want everybody to understand that the reason I'm making this video, is because I tried to use NeoVim again yesterday. This video is not. I was trying to use it, because I was hoping, and I think NeoVim probably will use Ale better. It'll get around the problems I was having, but I never got a chance to test that because of all the obstacles in my way. Because NeoVim wouldn't work out of the box, and I'm asking myself why. And so I'm making a video about that because I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated at any person. I'm frustrated at the situation. I can't use NeoVim with my existing VimRC. That means I have to go to work to make it work, and I don't want to do that. I want to have it use the thing that's, I'm going to get in trouble, but I have to post this video. Maybe I should just do a different one. I'm going to sit on that video. I'm not going to publish it until tomorrow. I think what I probably am going to do is cut off the NeoVim stuff at the end. I'm probably going to cut off the NeoVim stuff at the end because that's not what the video is about. The video is about progressive enhancement. Yeah. I found a way around it. Let's focus, okay? Let's get around the Ale thing, right? And let's make another video about Ale. I don't use a config file already made by, say, Prime. I don't need a config file. My config file is way better than Prime's. And I'm about to prove that statement. Prime, look, this is again, there's no way, this is not a pissing contest, right? I am not... I'm not going to tell you why my stuff is better than Prime's. I will draw distinctions. It's like, beginning with mapping Control-C to escape, which is something that I have laughed out loud about many, many times. And that is, Prime gets very offended at that. So, I don't want to do that. This isn't about mine is better than yours. This is about here's what I do and here's why I do it. Right. And here's why I think Control-C is totally ass backwards stupid, not to mention mapping JK. SIGINT is not equal control left bracket. Yes, it does. Yeah, you're gonna do that. You're gonna. Oh, right. No, I know what you're saying. You're saying the SIGINT. He does. I have to be very careful here because I do not want to make Prime mad, and it's not because of his extreme, massive following. It's because I legitimately like Prime, and I've made videos about this recently. He is putting everything on the line to do streaming that has enough, Dr. Disrespect, the good part of Dr. Disrespect, plus education. And I used to critique him for that, and I am now appreciate it, and I am a huge fan. So when I disagree with what he does, I'm just going to say it. I want to say it again and again and again. So what is he has to use his own Dvorak keyboard? Yeah. People use Dvorak keyboards all the time. Look, I've talked about this before. Keyboard and terminal tweaking is very personal. People are going to come in here with their own opinions, and I'm probably going to pick on them a little bit just because it's how I am. But let's actually figure out what got fixed. See review of what? Me or him? And there is not only one way. That's the beauty of Vim. Absolutely. My friend loves macros.
Now following.
A lot of the people that use Vim don't use what I do. I use the filter command. My favorite command in all of Vim is the filter command, because that's how Vim, BI, and Vim were intended to be used primarily. Our stuff. You can't use the Vim, so it starts with something already done. For what I care, I use either an editor or I use Nano for care. Yeah. Nano, I made an entire video about why you don't need Nano. VI is actually easier than Nano if you allow yourself to use arrow keys in edit mode, which is something you couldn't do before. All right, so let's do this. Let me just show you the VimRC stuff that was breaking, so I can finish telling my story here. VimRC. All right, so and if you guys, I know arrow keys in VI, right? Yeah. You know to use NeoVim. Thank you. Welcome to the stream, Elifaz. Um, I don't use NeoVim, and I just made a video about why I don't. You don't need it. I'm going to say it again. There's no need for NeoVim at all. Seriously, I have a challenge out there. Anybody who can present a challenge to me where NeoVim provides something that I need, let me know. So far, no. So far, I haven't had anybody. Vim has mouse support next. Yeah, I know. I actually, you know, it's funny. I found myself using it the other day on accident. Look at this is me. This is me like scrolling with my keyboard. I didn't turn it off. I'm using my trackpad here, which is why you want Tmux, by the way. There's also people who copy and paste and use Vim panes. I think that's ridiculously stupid, and I'm gonna make a case for why. Is input lag? Oh my god, I gotta quote you. Hey, Bellum, are you here? Bellum, will you please, pretty please quote Nice Law? Will you please quote Nice Law on that? Somebody, I have a mod in here. Somebody quote Nice Law on that. that is the most succinct. Oh no, that is so great. That is perfectly said. And then I'm about to show you all the things I've added to my Vim to make it really laggy. Notice I said terminal tweaking and not Vim tweaking. So it's funny because my YouTubers just went down. Yeah, because they said I don't use Vim. I'm like, oh no, I'm out of here. Vim, yeah. Anyway, so as you know, I use my terminal for development. I am not a 24/7 developer. I do all kinds of things on my system. So here's some stuff I have here. What I wanted to show you is there's actually no linter for Vim RC. That is one reason, by the way. I'm using I think Vim 8, whatever the standard one is. I don't use things that aren't on the system. I use Vim 8 or above, and I make my Vim RC compatible with that. I also make my Vim RC compatible with NVI on BSD, and VI, and the customized VI inside of Alpine. So my Vim RC works with any of those systems, and theirs doesn't. So it just doesn't. The reason I have if has eval in here is that's how I check to see if I have Vim Tiny, or if I some of this stuff gets ignored depending on what version of VI you're on. So I actually haven't tested it in Alpine recently. Probably should go do that. We're not going to go through an entire thing here. I have done many videos on this before about all my stuff. Don't forget the LSP bloat. Yeah, here's the thing. If you're going to add LSP bloat, I am like, let's just add my LSP bloat for my specific language instead of all of them. And I don't need it. I am not a terminal tabber for that kind of thing. Make sure you do this, by the way, or you're yanked. You'll be so surprised. This is another reason you should never use Vim for truncating between processes, for cutting and pasting. You should never do that. You should create because I have a video about the story I made. I was editing a really long file, and I depended on the internal cut and paste buffers, and it truncated my really important file, and I couldn't get it back because I was moving it to another file. I was factoring some code, and it didn't get it back because I had not resized my Vim info stuff. You never ever should use this. People don't know this. A lot of people are going to get killed with this. Bracketed folding is a thing. If it's on, it'll automatically put it all on one thing, and you have to put another key so you can see a whole bunch of things at once on the same screen. This week I was using some folding for a really big YAML file, and because you can't see what the main part of it is, that's what folding is. I'm not a huge fan of it. If it has syntax enabled, T2I fast. So I think, as you see, if you guys were telling me the folding stuff last time and I could not remember it. So this is all my terminal colors, which I got another bit of tweaking. That is a Vimism that I really like. And I set my bash. So to get to the point of why let me break it, and then I'll show you what broke. So ale, which is God, really old now, it's something like 12 years old. Ale an important tool that people use for um, scripting and so and here it is. It's activated. So here's my ale is activated, and you see how this says the redirection command doesn't have a command move it to its command. That's using the ale shell check linter. I use a language, an LSP that I custom installed for Go, which has been around since before LSPs were a thing. So yes, but not the way you think. So, and I certainly don't tab out on things. If I need to see something about, I just use Shift K, which by the way works on everything. That's worked on everything since Vim 6, I think. You've been able to Shift K to get documentation for a command since the beginning of time. So, I absolutely detest having stuff pop up in my face other than bugs. And so this is a bug. This bug, anybody know how to fix this bug, by the way? This is a shell check bug in my shell. So, how you doing? So, how do I fix this? Anybody know? There's 2 ways to fix this bug. What am I doing? I'm trunking. There's actually 3 ways. 3 ways to fix this bug. 4 ways, if you count RM. Доброго дня, субботы, спасибо. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to truncate the file. That means if the file exists, it gets truncated to zero length. It's a trick that you can do on the command line. Pixel. No, it does not. Anybody know how to fix it? No takers? We got nobody who's going to say how to fix this. Really? You have no earthly idea. Okay. Well, what it's saying is you can't do a redirection because there's no command. Because the whole point of redirection is to take the output of a command and put it in a file. And ShellCheck is saying, look, you're doing a redirect without an actual command. Why? It's totally valid code, by the way. This has been valid since the beginning of Unix. It's still valid now. I don't want to. We're not head 0 or something. This is a really fast way to zero out a file. Another way to do it is truncate. This is probably the most official way. I don't use truncate, so I think it has to be installed actually. So there's 2 ways to do this. If you're in Bash, you can do this. I think that might work with Shell too. Actually, let's try it with Shell. Oh, so this is, you see that? All right, so this works with Shell. There's lots of tricks in here. In my shell, in my dot files, I have lots of tricks in here. And I'm going to be putting lots of tricks in. Actually, let's make a video. Let's make a video. It doesn't have a command. All right, so here we go. Get ready for the video. Here's a quick video about a very common shell check error using a really common technique for truncating a file. So the first question I have, pause the video, see if you know the answer. So what does this do? There's a greater than sign there, and it's pointing to temp buff, right? What does that do? What this does is, if people look at this, I've had people open issues on my dot files on this program, by the way, on my YYY program, because they have no idea that I'm using it as a filter command for BI. They're like, you shouldn't be doing that. T does the same thing. I'm like, okay. And the truth is I could replace this with T, but then I would have a subshell. I don't want a subshell. I want this thing to run without any subshell dependencies because I do it all the time. That's why it's that way. In fact, I should probably write that at some point in there so I don't get another issue on my own dot files. By the way, who does that? So you're doing this wrong. This is done in the T command. TwitchBot, hey, live coding. What's up? So here we go. We've got, so here's the colon thing. Opening. So I have a redirect to temp buff, and it tells me right here, this redirection does more, and it's using the shell check linter in AL. Stay tuned, watch another video about that, or join my live stream anytime. I'll come and do that. Right now we're doing terminal tweaks and fighting about all kinds of things. It's really fun though. So, and this is just a regular old bin sh, but to prove that this is also a problem in Bash, there you go. It's a problem everywhere, right? So you need a command here. And there's no less than like 5 ways to accomplish the same thing. Could I do this? I could do rm slip 10 buff for sure. I could do that if it didn't exist, but then I would have to redirect standard error if it doesn't exist. I don't think RM is silent. I don't know. You know, a little bit of it. I mean, I want something easy. This is something I also do on the command line all the time. Another thing you could do is you could put a command here. So shell check is actually recommending you put true here to do the thing. But I want to show you the most powerful technique for doing things that do not have a command that is possible in shell that's been supported since the very dawn of time. This is present in so many advanced shell scripts for people who've been around the block a lot. So pay attention because you're about to learn a very advanced but very simple technique for shell that will make you look cool. We saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3 the other night. It's my favorite Marvel movie, and they're like, did that look cool? There you go. That's it. So a lot of people don't know that colon is a command in all shells since the beginning of time. And so this is a great way to say, hey, I want to do something that I would normally do from the shell that it does not have a command. That fixes it. You might be asking, well, that's kind of stupid. Why would you do that? And, because it's easy to do. You don't need it on the command line when you're just doing things. But let me show you something else. So if you cd to install Ubuntu, you can use this technique. Actually, let me go back to my Kate's app. Ubuntu, is it over here? Did I not have it? Oh wait, we're not on Bastion. Let's go on Bastion. Let me find Bastion. Oh, let's go back. Oh wait, let's do this.
It's a Unix system.
All right, let's go to Bastion. We're doing stuff here, so I'm trying to find. Okay, here we go. So cd Kate's app Harbor, and so here I have a build script that uses this technique for something that's much more valuable. This is one of the most. I absolutely love this technique. This is a really common shell technique for making this. This is an argument destroyer, and I mean like arguments. Like I absolutely hate passing and parsing arguments in my shell scripts. I hate it, and so does my team. My team has hated it too. So we have started doing this. In fact, I showed somebody this, and then it ended up showing up as part of our standard specification for Kate's apps. And what this does is it says, hey, I have this thing here. There's anytime you have some fanciness, like in this case, Bash, it's setting up what the default arguments are, right? And so, yeah, I can make a whole video just on default arguments in Bash. Notice how they're all caps. Separate video about that. All caps means it comes from the outside environment. This allows you to overwrite it, even though these are already hard coded as lowercase in our system. So those have to be. But this means that this is just a really great thing to put at the beginning of your shell script and say, I want to allow my behavior to be changed by changing the environment. And if you work with containers, you know how that works. But I also want to set a default. So you set the default here. The defaults are all really well declared. And any of these things what shell check would immediately scream at me if it were working. It's not, because it's not on here right now. No. Yeah, I'll fix that. There's a bug. I have another video about why this is broken. Mostly because shell check is not checking my stuff right now. Yeah, it's not. It's not. I'm going to show you the other one so you can see shell check complain. Kate's. Oh, we don't have it. Clone Kate's app. My clone is a function. It has to be a function because it changes directories, which you have to do in a function, not a command, because it's a persistent thing. Kate's app Harbor. Okay, let me clone this thing. Okay, so now we're in the Harbor thing. So now we're in the same place we were before, just on a different machine. Now I'm back on my Mac, my Unix system. Or am I? Oh, wait. Switch. Modernize. All right, so build. All right, so here it is. But I want to show you. Hopefully shell check will yell at me. No, it didn't. It's supposed to yell at me. Why is it not yelling at me? Why is it not yelling at me? Anyway, I was doing it. We found it on the redirection thing. Let me do this shell check. I'm sort of intrigued by this now. What? Shell check doesn't catch that? That's super fascinating. I did not know that, but you should do it anyway. You should do it. You should do that anyway. It's an empty command, and then you know what? I wonder if it's a shell thing. What the hell? I could have swore that was a shell check thing. I can't believe that's passing shell check right now. It isn't. The other stuff is also not passing it. So this is actually a different problem. Yeah, which we're gonna fix right now. This is because, yeah, here we go. So now shell check's finding all kinds of stuff. All right, so there's another video about how to fix that to get that to work, and clearly it hasn't been fixed yet on here. I'm gonna do that, but so there you go. That shows you the stuff. So if I change this back to bash, yeah, it's fine. Interesting. This is all. See all these things. These are all problems because the syntax is wrong for this particular thing now, because you see the type down here is sh. It's a separate issue. Anyway, this video is about the colon command and how you can use that to do redirection. So I'll end the video there. I do want to change something. So, okay, so we're starting to get the problem again. And what I want to, I'm trying to think that I didn't change it on here. I didn't commit it. Get status. Yeah. Actually, no, that stuff is all fine. So maybe it's cd dot git pull. Oh, did I change my vmrc again? What did I change? What did I change in there? Did I change something? My vmrc files. The beginning of the script, does it redirect output? No, absolutely not. There's no way to do that unless you encapsulate the whole thing in parentheses. I changed something. I'm trying to say what I added the if statement. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it was a small thing. So the whole bin bash thing too, marquee, they got changed. What? I did get grep instead of grep because why? You guys know? Get grep doesn't include the .get files. You can just buy them. That is the current shell, and it may not always work. Obviously, yeah. Yep. We're going to talk about when to use userbn and why I've started using it and some of this stuff, and why ultimately I'm going to be getting rid of a bunch of my shell scripts because they don't work on Mac by default. I have to justify that statement, but I'm gonna do that. That's because Bash, Homebrew Bash is Bash 5, and I want Bash 5. If you use the user bin bash, bin bash, you get the absolutely hobbled, broken version 3 bash. And most of my scripts will work with version 3, but not all. I use things like hash maps or get rid of Mac. Hell no. No. My Mac is so much better than a Linux machine. It's like so much better. I cannot even tell. Cannot even say, hey, web dev, let me try to run a script with Z shell or whatever. It still works. You can use those in 3. I guess those are examples. Yeah. So the only way to write a shell script that'll use my bash in the right place is to use userbin env bash. I absolutely love my Mac. I won't give it up. Everybody needs to know this. Even though I hate Apple for lots of reasons, I've been using Macs since 1996. I used Eudora on a Mac in college, and I had a Power Mac. I had a Power Mac with a thing in college. It was my first laptop. I've been a Mac user. My first Linux distribution was on a PowerPC, Mach Linux. Very first. Hey, live coding, what's up? This is up here for real, as well as here testing about. Nice. You can spam me all you want. We're just having fun live coding. That's absolutely cool that you're doing that. I know I want to start doing some of that too. So anyway, that's why. I don't remember if it was Yellow Dog. It was Mock Linux. I used Mock Linux on a Mac Plus. I had a Mac Plus, a Mock Linux on a Mac Plus, which is PowerPC. That was when they moved to PowerPC, and then they went back. Ask Dennis. Is Dennis here? Ask Dennis about Mock Linux, about PowerPC. My first Linux was on a Mac. I know that's really crazy, but it was because I wanted Linux and I didn't want my Mac, and it wasn't Darwin yet. And I was kind of anti-Mac for a very long time after that. And then I had an Intel Celeron. No, I had an Intel P2 Pentium 2 Tower that Intel gave to our company, and I used terminal only on that thing for many years. All right, let's do things that matter. Oracle VM, the Debian was working nice. Mock MACH is stands for the Mock kernel. It's the PowerPC kernel for this is a PowerPC Linux kernel. Just talking and recording. Not right now, no. I mean, I'll tell you when I'm recording. Waiting for Arch Bailey fanboys. We've already had a few. That's fine. Link up beginner groups content. It is kind of beginner groups content. Sure, absolutely is. All right, so let me tell you the problem I had. I actually need to make a video about this, about Ale. It's this Unix system. Yeah, please quote that person. Can somebody please quote Lex Murphy? Can someone please quote Lex Murphy? Do you rewatch Unannounced Boy? I would love to do that, but no. Mock was used for the Next. Was it really? I did not know that. No. That was BSE. Next was PowerPC, though. A Unix system on Linux, yes.
It's a Unix system. It's a Unix system. I know this.
I never get tired of
all
this.
the files of the whole park.
We wrote this program on a weekend. This Clips program.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I do enjoy it. It's like when
it tells you everything.
FreeBSD, OpenBSD. I don't know enough to have an opinion on that web dev. I really don't. I haven't. It's the Unix. The people, you know why? Inigo Selwood. You know why I have that? I have to have that because everyone gives me shit all the time. It's like, you're on a Mac? Oh. I'm like, it's Unix. And they're like, what's Unix? I'm like, exactly. Like, exactly. Seriously, you know how many Linux people don't even know about Unix? They don't even know what it is. They have no idea. It's like, do you use Linux? No, I use they go, oh, you're on a Mac? Yeah, I use Unix. They goes, no, I use Unix. And they're like, what do you mean? You're on a Mac? Yeah, it's Unix. And they're like, what's Unix? Is that like Arch or something? Oh, God. I'm glad we agree. I know, that's just my real life kick. Well, since I don't even read Linux, it's just a kernel. Exactly. Het Tanis is here. Yes, Het is here. We love Het. We love Het. Het's gallivanting about the cabin with no parents. Het's like the young child who's lost all responsibility. His wife is is on vacation. I was watching him the other day. Absolutely love Mr. Het Tanis. Thank you. Please, we got a mod to shout Het Tanis out, please. Always shout out the Het Tanis. The Het Tanis. When everything uses the SCO, oh God. We agreed to never speak of SCO again after it died. Like after Trump loses, we're never going to talk about Trump again. After SCO died, we agreed we're not going to talk about it. Okay. We're just having fun. If you're here for serious content, this is not the time. I'm just going to tell you. This is just me having fun. Is this doggo there? The doggo's the only child left. Yes. Yeah. Doggo. Yeah, that's how you know he's a good person. He has a dog. Or a pet of some kind. All right, Keck. It's a Unix system. All right, so you want the hey, it's RWX Rob clips. And yes, I've written several commands from the command line to send URLs into my chat. They're all broken right now since I started Restream. I'm using Restream now, and I'm gonna go back. It's so funny. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 4 years ago, when I first started streaming to Twitch, I decided to do Restream, and so I wrote a ton of code in the interface with the Restream API, and I have that somewhere. And then I got off of it. I'm like, nah, I'm just going to directly stream to the YouTube API and to the Twitch API, and I'll do it that way. And I decided not to restream because reasons. And now I'm back to restreaming. And so none of my system, command line integrations work. So for example, one of the ones I want to make is one that monitors the stream chat and actually lets you kick off these clips automatically. So that's a fun project I want to do. It absolutely has no bearing in reality. It's not going to get you a job anyway, but it's definitely fun. So, but all that stuff is in Artivix Rob on my GitHub. So github.com/Artivix Rob. Please go follow me if you want to. You can see anything I ever do is over there. And then I'll get back to doing content here instead of talking about myself. But the one that I've been using is called Clip, and you can go artivixrob/clip. I'm in a car. How's it going over there? No. I that did not pan out. Yeah. If you're looking for like a personal update, there's all kinds of Twitch videos. There's Instagram videos that tell you about me personally, where I'm at and stuff. So, since we have quite a few people here, I'm just gonna show the schedule really quick. Anytime you want to see the schedule, just do !schedule and do the links, and then I'll stop talking. I really want to get back to showing you something useful. But yeah, if you go to my calendar, if you do !schedule, this will tell you. And I haven't been keeping it up, but I kind of after the fact I've been keeping it up. So let's actually do this. I have to put a time limit on this. Let's do this. So anyway, if you want to know what's going on, and I'm in the middle of a move right now. I'm procrastinating because I'm supposed to go clean my room. Yeah, no reference to Jordan Peterson, I swear to God. But that's what I'm doing right now. Juan Nieva Moronano, here we go. I've done lots and lots of videos about that. And I don't use NeoVim, by the way. I use Vim. That's all on skillstack.io. If you want to search for stuff, so you can go to skillstack.io and search for Vim. You should be able to search for Vim. And I need to actually get that nice comments thing out of the way. It's kind of in the way. It kind of prevents anything else from showing up. Learn the terminal Vim. It doesn't look like it's been indexed yet. One of the problems I have is that my place for written content has not been transcribed from my videos. So I have tons and tons of videos on this. You like the bicycle videos? I've been conflicted about whether I should do those. I've been conflicted about whether I should do those videos or not in the same tech video content, but I probably will do that. So there, you can go look up the other videos here. Let's go back to doing terminal stuff. How to learn Vim quickly and correctly. I mean, my opinions on this have changed even since these times when I made it. Beginner Boost 2021, check that. Why not Control C instead of Escape? Remember I was talking about Prime on this? That's where that came from. Choose GitLab. Yeah, no, don't use GitLab. This is so old. What do you think about Vim plugin security? Eval for Vim tiny detection. Your opinion on VimWiki? I used VS Code for 2 full years, and I ran back to Vim. Then I used pane splitting. God, I made videos on all this already. I just need to find these videos and link to them. I don't even need to make new ones. VimRC plug Vim. Choose the best code editor for you. Survive VI. What do you think of Vim's Vim script? Apparently I've done a lot of stuff on Vim. Oh God, that goes way back. That's 4 years old. Oh my God.
So.
Oh my God.
This is a video about
I wish I had that
Vim
hat
info,
still. I love that hat.
And why it can be
I really love that hat.
problematic. There's two ways. The thing
The
reason I'm doing this video is I actually got burned by it this morning because I had done a system reinstall,
and he made his own terminal.
somehow I had
passed me in his terminal
improper permissions
customizations. He's like so good. He's so good. BeaconBot is so good with his terminal stuff, and he's a huge NeoVim fan. I'm not. So anyway, I'm a huge BeaconBot fan though. I'm not a crypto fan. I still have a few followers. Why do I have such great content? Because I tell people to fuck off and then call them morons. That's why. I'm a horrible. I'm not. I am very counterculture. People don't like me. That Rob is different than today's Rob. Absolutely. The Rob back then, it used to be a lot angrier. And again, I'm not trying to be angry here. I'm just trying to, net it out. And maybe eventually people will find the content. If you put it out there, they will come. Oh, thank you for the true. All right, so let's do something useful besides just talk. So let's talk about ale. First of all, I just want to say I am not an ale user. There are people that have been using ale. I reading in a thread yesterday trying to figure this out. I spent over 2 hours trying to get around this bug. And it came down to, I honest to God, to this day, I don't know what it came down to. I'm also a little bit afraid because it's not in here. I'm like, why is it not in here? I feel like it didn't get saved. I'm gonna have to go do it all again. Thank God I know what to do. You know what? That's a good opportunity to make a video about it. I think I changed that. I forgot to git commit it. Oh, no. Yeah, we want this. All right, git stash, because I don't care. Git pull. I do it all the time. All right, there we go. Yay, please be the right thing. I did a lot of customization today, yesterday, and I want to talk about it. So here's the stuff I did here. Recommend game development. Yeah, if you like whatever you like to do that's going to help you learn to program. Yeah, depends on what you want to do. Right? Find things that you enjoy to help you learn things, depending on how much time you have. If you can't eat because you don't have a job, then maybe I wouldn't do that. But all right. So let's talk about ale and how to customize it. This is actually really cool. What am I coding, Kristen? It says there terminal tweaking. I'm just working on my terminal tweaks for my Bash RC and stuff. I'm cleaning up my Bash RC, cleaning up my terminal, making it happy, customizing it. And I'm also sharing some of the recent changes I made to it. Okay, so here, let me just tell you something that so a lot of people hate Vim scripts, and I want to tell you why. I'm actually going to make a video here. I'm going to make a lot of videos. And it was about industry. Making a game for your look. If I ever said it was misleading, if I ever said game development was bad industry, I mean it. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't make a game for yourself because it's fun. In fact, that's probably what you should do. Super Meat Boy, watch the documentary. A couple guys made their own game, and and had complete control over their work schedule. That's yeah. Scott's the guy. Scott's the dude. Let's talk about. Make a quick video about this. So, and I'm actually going to disable all this stuff, and then I'm going to re-enable it so you guys can see what's up. And by the way, I'm going to disable this using a filter instead of visual mode. And this is something that people don't do. They use visual mode for this. I don't, because the filter works everywhere. Visual mode kind of does. So, and the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to select this region, right? So I'm going to do exclamation point. Wait, I can't think what I'm doing. Why am I having a brain fart because I'm thinking about it? This happens to me all the time, especially since COVID. My fingers can't even remember it now. I do it all the time. Oh, there it is. All right, so this is exclamation point, right bracket. And you see how it opens up down there. That, by the way, is a Vim only thing. It does not happen in other variations of VI. I was very, very, very sad some years ago to learn that is a Vim-ism that is now permanently into my muscle memory. Can't get out of it. Anyway, I sent it to a CMT. And the reason is because I want to, all CMT does is prefix it. I probably should call it prefix instead of CMT. But then I can repeat that. And, I can do that with visual mode too. And visual mode would have been another way to do that. What did it just do? Well, what I want to show you this is this is the CMT command. Look at that comment. You don't need to. So old Rob wrote that comment. I'm actually kind of enjoying reading it. So anyway, this is a bash only. This is a bash only way to go through each line and to add the comment character. And if you pass the comment character, do it, but use the default character as a hashtag, Octothorpe. So that's what's going on. And, people are like, well, you have to have a separate command for that. Why not just do a bin macro or do VI mode? Then you don't have to have that CMT command around. You know what? You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. And quite frankly, this is a vulnerability in not a vulnerability, but it is a weakness in my system. I have to have all those commands, right? It's the reason that I'm putting all those commands in a single binary so that I can just install a single binary and they all travel with me no matter where I am. Whatever editor I have, it will work. It will work. And my filters will work on any Unix system whatsoever. Macros and EOVim things and plugins and Lua this and Vimscrim that don't work everywhere. And that's the fundamental reason I don't do it. Yeah. So anyway, so let's turn all this off. So Gale is off now, or AL or whatever. And I'm actually going to edit my a random script. I don't know which one. And so I think I could be convinced to reuse visual mode at some point. One of the reasons I don't like it is because you have to do it over again every time. And when I use the CMT command, I do it once and then I can do a repeat on every paragraph and I can individually select paragraphs without having to do the whole visual thing again. And then I have to do all the keystrokes again. So in that particular case, it's a little bit easier. If you're confused, it's because I'm just doing video. If you're coming for organized content, this is not the place. Go to skillstack.io and start going through the videos. That's organized. I don't know anything. I'm a superhero kind of thing. Be honest, not good at what? Visual mode? I'm not good at visual mode. I think yourself like in the game. Oh, right. Never mind. You're talking to him. Okay. So my problem is I read the chat. And all right, so here we have AL, and we're going to do VI, and we're going to go to, where's my files? Scripts. I don't know. Let's pick a random one out. Let's do Marquee. Marquee is a little script that I join that uses bash to. Now, a couple things here. So you see how it says bash down at the bottom? That's the file type. And bash is not a built-in Vim file type. It's kind of weird. So I found out that bash is a file type. And let me show you. I learned a new command trying to figure this out. So, colon, right? So colon, if you do set ft equals, right? You can see all the different ft types. But here's something I found out. I did not know this. If you do, is it Control D? I just learned it yesterday. No, that's not it. Control D. There. If you use Control D, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? I have to make a video about that. I just found that out yesterday. ChatGPT helped me figure that out. And I was like, what the hell is this magic? So apparently anytime you're on the, anytime that you're on something, I mean, people use Echo, right? Echo FT, I will show you whoops. I mean, the best thing, most people will do this. They'll do set FT enter, and that'll show you what your file type is. And then it was like, and so, colon set FT equals sh, and that'll actually always, take it over, and it changes it down here. And you can see it's also telling me I got everything wrong again now. And it's really weird because it seems like it's using AL. It is. It's using, you know what? We need to disable AL. It's using AL, but it's without the cool icons. So we're going to change that too. Yeah, we're just going to get rid of AL and disable the plugin. All right, so yeah, so now we got Marquee set ft equals sh, and now it's shellcode. It's not doing anything. There's no linting. There's no fixing going on. You should definitely get multiple opinions. Yeah. And so anyway, in fact, I need to write this in my Zet. Let's make it in my Zet. cd zet, create, use cntr. Is that how you say control? I forget. Help. They use CTRL. Let's use that instead. All right, use CT because that's TRL. Dash D to page through options with Vim set. So the CTRL. All right. So let's do this. So learn that when looking up things that have a lot of options, rather than tabbing through them all, I can CTR-D and get them all in the pager. So for example, set ft space CTRL-D. So this is going in my Zet. Hopefully somebody will see it. I'm going to make a video about this. All right. So let's make a video. Without the set to see all the available candidate sets. Oh, right. Okay. All to page through options instead of tab. All right. I used to call these Zettelcasts, which are these tiny little videos that go with these one, idea sort of things. And I'm going to go shift here and make it large. So here we go. Ready, set, go. Here comes the video. All right. We are going to try something cool that I just found out. So yesterday I was fighting with Ale because the file types was not working and it was not doing the cool little gutter that shows you the lines that have shell check errors. And in the process, ChatGPT, honestly, to give it credit, ChatGPT recommended that I look up all the file types using Control-D. And I was like, what is this? I've been using Vim for more than 25 years, maybe 30 years at this point. And I did not know this. So I'm going to show you and you'll know about it. And so what it is anytime you're going to do a tab completion and it's really annoying. So let me show you what that looks like to do an annoying tab completion. I'm going to stay big here just because I want to. But I do need to show you the file type over here. So, all right. So here we go. So if I do this, let's change screens here. So here we go. Here I'm in a bash script and you'll notice it down here. It says SH. It's because I changed the file type. So let's go ahead and change the file type back. Right. And that was because I was debugging AL, which is turned off at the moment. And so how would I do that? Right. So colon and then set FT for file type. You can type it out if you want. Another thing too, you can type set. You can just do, if you hit tab here, if you hit tab at the set prompt, you can see every single possible thing alphabetically organized, but who wants to tab through all those things? I mean, you definitely could do that, right? Or you can do Control-D and you can page through them all to see if it's even an option, right? And let me give you a sense of why this is valuable. Because the other day, I just wanted to see if bash was even a syntax option in Vim, in the currently installed Vim. I could have gone through a tremendous amount of work to go find where the syntax files are stored and look them up and everything like that. But instead, I was able to do ft tab space, and instead of tabbing through them all, I did Control-D, and I was able to then look through all of these and see. So now I can space through. I'm just putting space. We see case map, CD path. Okay, so those are something different. None of those are not file types. So let's try it again. I need to put the quote, equal sign D. All right. Okay, there we go. These look like syntax types, right? So I was like, is there a bash and a shell and a Z shell? I mean, how many different possible file types can I have? What are supported out of the box in Vim? And so we could push those things and we could go look at it. So let's go look at here. We got A. Let's see where bash is. And yep, sure enough, bash is a legitimate file type. And I was like, well, do I really want to keep bash, or does Vim use sh for everything? Because shell check does, and Ale only understands passing shell check to the shell check linter. If you try to have a bash file type or a Z shell file type, your shell check linter in Ale will break. There's a separate video on that about how to fix that. But it involves knowing what one's saying. So at the time I was like, do I want to put sh in there and just make everything? But then I lose my syntax highlighting. Is bash even an optional syntax? Yes, it is. And how do I know? Because of Control D. I was able to go look through here. I can now search through here because this is just using less, by the way. This is using my pager. This is using my configured pager. I know because see how this down here is a different color? That's because I've set up less options for paging color, which a lot of people don't know you can do. You can totally do that. So I can actually search through here and say, hey, is there a Z shell in here? Looks like no. Looks like I take it back. It looks like you can't use slash. You can only do space up and down. This is probably not less than. So anyway, so let's go find Z shell. I'm gonna have. Oh wait, it said paging. Was it space DJ, line down D? Oh, B U and K. Oh, those are the standard up and down stuff. So let's do B for down. So that's up, and then what is it? What does it say again? U is down, right? Is U up or down? Anyway, we're looking for the Z stuff. I guess you can't search like less. That's too bad. So we'll go find. See if the Z shell is here. I happen to know it is. Oh, we were going up the whole time. Let's go B. B is down. No, B is not down. How about we just spam the down arrow? Or J in this case. Let's go to spam the J on or to J S. There we go. Doesn't look like Z shell is here. I could have swore it was. Well, I mean, we can check that out by this too. There's another way to do that. We can just start typing Z tab. I wonder, ooh, Z and then D. Oh my gosh. It prints out all the Z options. That is so cool. So even in the middle of a tab completion, it works. That is so cool. So you can see there the Z shell is a thing. And I'm not going to show you what the difference is between all of those. No, it doesn't bother me working on a Mac. We've been talking about that all morning. Macs are much better for desktop than Linux. The separate thing. Come fight with me if you want to talk about that. This has been use Control D whenever you're using completion in Vim on the command line, so that you can see all the options. All right, so we're gonna do another video. So we're actually in the middle of Gale professing all things love at Tim Apple. Yeah, I use a Unix system.
It's a Unix system.
I'm gonna owe Fox money at some point. All right, so let's actually install Ale and see what we get. So let's make a video about that. Yeah. Bastion. Okay, so I actually there's that. We did that. I should probably be uploading all these videos. I do this all the time. So use Arch instead of Mac. No, I use Mac. I don't use Arch at all. I did. That's how I met Chris Titus. I found Chris Titus does tech, his video on Manjaro and how it bit him in the ass. That's how I met him. I found him on YouTube and then I found him on Twitch. All right, so Bastion. Okay, so here we go. Here we have a shell code. So you see down there it says it's shell. It says it's bash, right? So it's speaking of bash. So we need to make a video about this too. So because bash is a thing, but you actually have to customize your Vim to get bash. So, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So it doesn't come by default. Oh, right. So let's see. Let's do Ale first of all. So let's set up what Ale is. I think this video is just going to be how to get started with Ale. And there's so much to unpack with Ale, but I want to show people how to use it. Okay, so I mean, let's pick a better idea of what to edit. Bash RC. All right. Let's go. Where is the L website? I mean, I could probably go to the thing. It's dense analysis -L. All right, let's close. Let's clone it. Let's clone it. Oh, this is something else I want to show you. How to set up it so that your copy and paste tmux buffers translate into your system buffers. Also a very valuable thing. I've been trying to set that up this week. I have a fly bothering me. Yeah, he's been here. He took camp. There's no food in here. I hope he dies. Clone. Try this one out. VIC clone. Type clone. Clone is a script in my .files. The reason it's a function is so that it can actually change the current working directory, which is it can only be done in a function. Period. I'm installing Ubuntu. It's saying a valid magic number. I'm trying to start. I don't know. Why? Just use a VM. Look, can I suggest something to you really quick? To all of those out there, look, I'll make a video about this. I'm going to make a video about it. I already did make a video about this. Let me see if I can find the video. Genix Linux machine. First computer should be a laptop. Second computer should be a mini. Third computer should be a tower. Which Linux distro should you learn?
Jimmy
BSD, Unix, VMware Workstation, Fusion is Pro. 100 gigabytes of virtual storage, virtual machine. Do not use the work computer for personal stuff. Linux desktop is often wrong for tools or job. I already made videos about this, so let me just give you the page, and you can go watch them. I don't need to make another video. My stuff is really messy. If you want organized educational content, go watch Het Tannis. Very, very organized. So my recommendation is to run VMware Fusion Pro first of all, and oh god, I got Emily's shirt on.
VMware
I got Emily's shirt on.
Is
the
free.
box is dead. VMware Workstation is now free. Yeah. You have to create a Broadcom account and file a trade compliance report. Given your address and postal code, that's something you should expect from a hypervisor. Yeah. I don't understand where that's coming from. I did not have to do any of that. So I don't know why they're saying that. Just fill the form randomly. VMware Workstation Pro version cuts older operating systems from running in a VM. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a lot of, it's like interesting feedback on that. Linux desktop sucks. Is it viral? I don't think it's viral. My Linux desktop is not viral. It sucks. People hate it when you say. I might have to revisit this idea though. I might have to revisit the if you have to pay for VMware now, someone do that. I don't want to do it because I don't need it. Someone install VMware and check me on that, and I'll go delete that video if that's true. The way to follow my content is to follow skillstack.io, and if I change something here, that's when there's a new video that's worthy. There's so many old videos out there that I don't, even agree with anymore. it's just too much work to delete them. So I just delete them from here, and then they're not listed. November 3rd, I'm going to be hitting this pretty hard, but it's cold outside, and I just figured I'd start today. All right, so I honest to God, if you have the money, just pay like $150 to get a laptop and put Linux on there. Do you have VMware? How did you get it? Did you have to fill in all the stuff? Was it a pain in the ass? We need to get feedback. We need to get feedback from people about VMware Player, because I'm running Anton on there. I've never had to enter any information into it at all. I am a Workstation Pro owner, but I won't be buying it anymore because I'm mostly just personal use, and I don't use it anymore anyway. I use Proxmox for everything. Proxmox, baby. Once you get a tower, it's like really hard to go back to anything else. It really is. And stuff. So, yeah. Well, the reason I'm asking for the feedback on the VMware thing is because if it, like that comment says, if it's actually that big a hassle to get it, and you can't run all VMs on it, the problem with VirtualBox is that it just doesn't work. It's fundamentally broken, and I can give several exact examples of that. Very specific examples where it just died. One time it corrupted my VM. So I cannot recommend VirtualBox or WSL in good faith. WSL corrupted my Git repos of all things. I can't believe that. I was like, how does it even do that? To this day, I don't know how that, it could have been user error, but anyway. He filled it randomly. Unless guy is running XCP. You know what, Head? I love that you run XCP because it gives me something to contrast it with. And, you know, I'm really, really not into Zen. If I'm going to learn a VM, I'm going to learn KVM engine, period, because it's, you know, backs everything now, right? Since Amazon got rid of Zen. We talked about that before. But I know so many people that use XCP. A lot of them do. And I have yet to compare. What would be cool, since you're still an XCP guy, I know you don't have any time. You're doing PhD. You're doing so many other things. But it would be so cool to see you dabble in API integration from the command line for XCP. And then I could dabble, you know, I don't know it at all. I could dabble in Proxmox API integration, and we could actually have a dual stream and talk about, you know, Terraform provisioner support in XCP versus Proxmox. We could talk about, you know, how easy is it to grow your own command line interface, you know, for XCP versus Proxmox. I think that would be an interesting conversation, because I'm not against XCP. I've seen your dashboard. It's amazing. I really like it. So, you know, other than the Windows only thing, I think that might be something that would stop most people from doing it. Anyway, XTDS, how are you? I don't see my Proxmox Windows up. I had tabs pinned in there, gone now. Don't know where they went. Yeah, but only through Ansible. And that's not supported anymore. Are you kidding me? Ansible turned off their support for XCP.
Static_Linux is now following.
We need to have you know what, another dual stream I want to do with you? I really want to do a dual stream with you about just a very intellectual sort of conversation about use of KubeSpray versus generic Ansible versus, you know, and I'd like to have a conversation about Cloud Init, a little bit about Pixie Boot. So some of these things I'd like to have kind of an informed conversation by people who've had other experiences. It would be really great if we get 3 people in this stream. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It seems like I have time now because I haven't been biking as much, so I've been finding things to talk about. Kolk his ears are gonna perk up because they were a member of those Discords a lot. So, but now that we can actually dual stream together, we can actually do the join thing. I want to try that. I'd love to try that. I'd love to try that and have a conversation about cloud native tech, whether to use MetalLB versus QBIP for load balancing services, not for initial virtual IP setup. The problems of Istio versus Nginx Ingress. These are all extremely interesting topics to me that I'd really like to have and record an informed conversation about them. So yeah, anyway, we're back to the terminal. Let me know on the VMware thing. If VMware is starting to cause people grief and it's giving up your, you know, all your personal information, I don't care about that stuff anymore. I used to. I don't care. It's just, there's no such thing as privacy. I hate saying that, but it's true. Dude, I don't want to get into it. Just go, I've done everything in my power to maintain my own privacy, and then Equifax gets hacked, and every excruciating detail about my financial history and purchase and address is now available for anybody to see at any time. So, yeah. So it would be fun. I think that would be really fun. Anyway, so let's do this. We've got recursive submodel. So let's make a video about ale. So I do kind of want to go into that. Wait, where is it? Did we clone into it already? Did I not clone it? I thought I cloned it. I don't know. I guess maybe not. Maybe I didn't clone it after all. Maybe I didn't clone it. Yeah, there it is. Clone ale. Yeah, I didn't. I got cut off. I stopped. Hey, Roasted Bean, what's up? Good to see you. So we are in the ale repository here. Let's read some. Oh my God, really? People who don't know Markdown or English for that matter. This is the kind of stuff that is so much better as a list. But whatever. Tell me they didn't. Did they wrap their paragraphs? Yes, they did, which is another thing I don't do. Also makes David Munter's file system, asynchronous lint engine. I was going here to provide something. I was hoping that's in like text or something, but no. They're all right. Fine. Let's actually open this with the web browser. Watch this cool command. GH repo view. That would read the README file, right? So now I can actually read it. Now I can either do this or I can do GH repo view -- web. And now it will open my web browser and redirect to the page. Pretty cool, huh? If you're not using, I think the GitHub command line tool GH should be installed on everything by default. I really believe that. Oh, there's the image I was looking for. So asynchronous lint engine. All right. So let's do a video on this. Very, very short video, under 10 minutes. Okay. Ready to go. Ale. Ale is a thing. It's a thing. It's been a thing for a while. I found out today. So recently my ale broke, and I had to go do some fixing for it, and I'll do that in a separate video. But let's talk about what ale is. So today I'm going to set it up. I'm going to activate it. I've disabled it in my vimrc so you can see what it is and what it does and what it's capable of. We are going to try to keep this video under 10 minutes. And this is only going to be for the stuff that I want. There's so much you can do with it, probably too much. So let's get into it. Here we go. This is my my terminal. I'm actually going to change my presenter mode so that you can see a little bit better what's going on the browser. Here, by the way, here's a cool little trick. I opened up the repo from the command line using the GitHub command line tool. Make sure you like and subscribe and come watch my other videos about how to use the GitHub command line tool. Why are you not? I still use Perl, yeah. And so this is actually, this here is the Markdown that you were just looking at. This is the website being rendered in Markdown by Charm Bracelet. Shout out to Bash Bunny, big Twitch streamer who works for the organization that makes Charm Bracelet. And it gives us those beautiful colors in Markdown rendering and mods and a bunch of stuff. I'm kind of off topic. Okay, so this is Ale. Why Ale? Ale's been around for years. Here's what it does. Let me show you what it does. So let's go to a different repo. So here I am editing my bash RC, a very common thing everybody would do, right? But there might be, maybe I'm going to make a problem or I'm going to make an error, right? So the main reason I use this is to show me my errors when they're happening. And that has to be enabled. So wouldn't it be great rather than to have to run a shell check on this? So rather than run shell check on tilde/.bashrc, wouldn't it be just so awesome, which passed for some reason? Okay, let's find something that's broken. Let's find something that's one of my scripts that's not going to pass, which there's many of them. Oh gosh, there's so many here. Let's see, scripts, marquee, which is left over. It doesn't even work anymore. All right, so here is a broken script, right? So we got all that stuff. But wouldn't it be great to see all that while you're developing the thing? So while it's open in Vim, there you go. This is Ale that has been enabled for some reason. I thought I turned it off. Well, that's what it looks like when it's on. Let me turn it off for a second. Oh, we're on Bastion. That's why. Yeah, we're on Bastion. Bastion is a Linux box. I have a Unix box and a Linux box. So let's do this. We're going to do vimrc. No, I don't use NeoVim. Watch other stuff on that. I think NeoVim is a waste of time and unnecessary. Someone says the only thing it adds is latency. Okay, so, but anyway, let's go back to the Ale stuff. So where is it? First of all, oh, here we go. It might this one has all been enabled. I've turned all this stuff off. So let's turn it off. We're going to turn it off, and we're going to turn this off. And I mean, there's lots of ways to do this. I'm not there we go. I have I'll do a different video about why I use my CMT tool instead of the Vim commands and other stuff. It's just a little bit easier. Plus, I can repeat the command easier. I could be convinced to do something else, but I use filters all the time, so my fingers just know the filter command. Anyway, Ale is now off. Let's open up the same file, and you can see that I don't get those things anymore, right? And how would I get them? If I wanted to get them now, I'd have to pass the whole thing through shell check and stuff, right? And you can't do that, right? And it just doesn't work. So we, enter Ale. So we need to add Ale to our vimrc. There's separate videos on how to do a vimrc. I use Plug. It's really the only plugin manager for Vim that anybody should ever use. Seriously, in a separate video on that. The other ones are not as good. This allows you to just keep your plugins separately managed from, it doesn't corrupt your configuration files, so that you can put a section like this and just have everything work. So you add Plug to your list of plugins, and then obviously you have to do plug update install. I think it's waiting around. Yeah, plug update, and that will go grab Vim if it hasn't already been grabbed. And all right, so then you got these different things. So now it's on without any customization. Let's go show it with that. So now is it on? I don't know. Is it? It actually is on, but the reason it's not working is because I have a bash script, and it only works for shell. So hear me out. This is the problem that I had to fix recently. So if I change the file type, and I did a separate video about how to know all the file types, but if I change the file type to shell, it'll work. It'll start to work, and then you see that it puts the information showing you each one, which is also written kind of down at the bottom, and it's added this gutter to the left. So there's a couple of things right away that I want to change, right? I want cool little emojis because they're fun. I might change the colors of the highlighting or turn the highlighting off. I'm not going to do that in this video, but I'm going to leave that for you to do. And I probably want this gutter on all the time, because what I don't like is when it goes on and off. If I go with ft equals bash, and of course I want it to work with bash. I don't want my code to constantly be shifting over and over every time I have a problem. It's like really hard to follow when it does that. So I don't mind giving up a single line to the left for that kind of thing. So those are the things that I'm going to add now. So the first thing we're going to add, and we can do this in the same screen or a separate screen. Actually, let's just do it in the same screen. So we're going to add, where is it? Where's my vimrc? I get a little bit of network lag on Bastion. It's something about my Proxmox. I don't know what's up with that. So let's do this. vi tilde.vimrc. Okay, so first of all, we can say that we want the sign column, and that will turn it on all the time. All right, so we can go back into here, and now we've given up a line. We don't know that, but now when I fix it and I do set ft equals shell, it will add them. But the thing I like about this thing is it doesn't push stuff over, which makes me a little nuts. So that's fixed. Okay, next we're gonna do. We want the signs on all the time. These things are actually I think the defaults that one is, but this is going to actually change our little emojis, and you can go find whatever ones you want for that. I do wish I could find a skull and crossbones that is supported everywhere. This means it's not supported in the emoji set of Mac, which, I mean, we could find we could maybe say like warning or error. What is there another? No, let's see. What else can we use? Warning. We could do about radioactive. We could do, yeah. How about that? That's a big emoji. Oh damn, that one might not work. Let's try it. It is just like a two length one. Hey, thank you for the follow. So
Felsh is now
set
following.
ft equals sh. So we're gonna fix that later. So here we have all the warnings. Like really, I mean, if you want, you can make them red. Be easier to see. I mean, you do whatever you want here. I kind of think I do want a red one though. Let's try the red one. Let's do a red one instead of an orange one. I know. Red. Let's do a red. What should we do? Should we do a red dot? That would mean record. How about a red square? And be like, that's kind of good. Yeah. So we can tell the difference, right? So set ft equals sh. These are all okay. I think if I can do, maybe I want to have the warnings be. Maybe I want the warning to not be that. Yeah. Sign warning. And error. What should we do? I don't have any errors yet. Anyway, I don't know. Warning and error. I don't know which one is worse. We're gonna spend the whole video picking emojis because I can. How about that? Set ft equals sh. Always need to insert emojis in Vim. I kind of want an arrow instead. I think we should have an arrow. You can actually just make it. You can make it anything. Literally anything. So I'm just using Mac emojis. Unix. Mac is Unix, by the way. Yep. All right. So we're going to do red. Something red. We need a red arrow. Let's find a red arrow. I know. I'm spending way too much time on this. I don't care. We could use this. This turns into not red stuff, though. I do kind of like it, but it's not an arrow. I kind of want an arrow. I don't see any red arrows pointing to the right. That would be great. You know? How about arrow? Oh, there's blue ones. Yeah. No, we want red arrows. I think we should do... Is that gonna work? I know this video, like, really set ft equals sh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I really like that. It's very readable. SOS would be good too. That's like very readable. Love that. I'm loving that. Really loving that. You know what? And then we can make like the error can be the two exclamation points. It's like the other one's like, warning, you sure? And this one's like, no, man, this is wrong. Right? So let's do that. Red. We'll find this one. All right. So Those are big, wide emotes. That's why they don't work in Vim, because they're wider than the average thing. Terminals will never be able to work with that properly. Unfortunately, that's like a permanent error. Anyway, so it is a little bit verbose, and it's annoying enough to go fix it, which is why I want it there. So this is now working. Gail is telling me thing. And stuff. Again, my terminal is freezing up because of latency over my network. I am so sorry. So I have user bin bash there. We'll talk about how to make that show up as a bash thing. But let's fix some other things. So I'm sick and tired of doing that thing every time. So also, what happens if I want to code Go? Go comes with a bunch of built-in linters. But the first thing I want to do is, okay, so SH is already a linter, and SH is already set to go to shell check. And how would you even look at your standard linters? Let me show you how to do that. So you're going to go in here, and when it's not doing anything, in order to debug it, you do, these are all just to get you started. So ALE info, and that will show you what's going on, right? So you can see that none of the linters are working for bash. It doesn't know what to do. It gives you some suggestions, and it tells you some of your other settings. This is how I discovered some of my other settings. And you can have fun with this. You can look at this and then close it out. This is VimScript, right? Yeah. We're not going to talk about it. I'm Bash and Vim, and I'm making videos for YouTube. Hi, bye. So let's do this. So we don't want that to be a thing, right? And it's like, why isn't the shell? So actually, watch what happens when I set the ft equals sh. It actually starts working, right? Well, let's actually look at it now. So AL info will show us that we have all these things that are being automatically applied to shell. These are all built in. These are all the available linters that were built into the system. These are not customizations. I learned the hard way that this listing of available linters, even after you've done a customization and add, it doesn't show up there. And for that, you have to echo the actual global value that you've set. Very, very particular quirk that took me several hours to figure out. Anyway, but this is how you can see what's getting run. I also learned after reading a very long-winded debug issue from 2017 that when L passes off to the shell check linter internally, which is listed here as a default, right? Because it's on the system, that it actually doesn't do that, right? So it sends what the bug was about, it's not sending the right type of shell, because shell check will look at the shebang line at the top and it will do the proper syntax highlighting. If you know what shell check is, go check about that on another video. But so that's what's going on, right? And shell check is smart enough to see this here. In fact, shell check is, if I change this to bin sh, it will actually do it, and it will change it. See, it changed all of it. This is all shell check, right? Because shell check, even though it's the type is sh, shell check is smart enough to dynamically change it, so the linter gets rerun, and the linter itself, shell check in this case, looks at the shebang line and decides what rules to apply based on what it is. And so this makes it a very confusing situation for ALE users, because when dealing with shell, that there's no less than 3 or 4 or 5 different shells you can have, and those different kinds of syntax with different kinds of highlighting. One of the things you can see here is that, you can't really see it, but some of this highlighting, I've lost some of this highlighting possibility, and because I'm now doing shell syntax highlighting instead of bash syntax highlighting. So the fundamental question is, how do I keep my file type the same and have the ALE linter treat it like it's a different type, in this case shell check, right? This is a very odd edge case, but that's exactly what's causing my problem. So now when I go back to bin bash, all this stuff fixes up. Actually, if I change it to Z shell just to show you, watch what happens. Stuff all goes away, right? Why does it go away? Because there is no Z shell syntax. Let's say set ft equals sh. So it doesn't see it as well. So shell check doesn't like that. I can do sh. I get a different shell check list of things, and bash. Okay, so again, how do we fix this now, right? So let's now go into memrc, and I could explicitly add linters just like this, which we'll get to the Go one in a bit. But more importantly, let's go ahead and activate the alias. And this is the thing that took me hours to find. And when I found it, it fixed everything. By setting up an alias like this, I've told it that bash should be treated as Z shell. So what that does is that doesn't change the file type. So all the syntax highlighting and everything still works. But when it gets handed off to Ale for linting, it says, oh, you actually want the shell linter, and that gets associated with shell check, etc. And then we get the behavior out of the box. So now I don't have to do ft equals sh, which is a lie, by the way. I get it automatically up here, right? And then my file type down here is the same. So everything is good, right? And except for I have to fix a bunch of stuff. So that's what we want. And then of course, I want to show you some ghost files really quick. So I guess I could show you my Pomo project. So inside of my Pomo project, if I want to edit my cmd.go file, you can see that I don't have any of the highlighting and meta linting and all the stuff that comes with Go. Setting up a Go project involves many things, including using the Vim Go library. So I'm just going to briefly mention it. What I'm about to do won't work unless you have Fatigue Vim Go and you have run Go install binaries. You get all the binaries. It takes about 5 or 10 minutes, but that gives you Go's built-in LSP, which existed before Vim or NeoVim had an LSP, and I still use it. But it also gives you these linting tools, which are by the way the default. So since we have Ale on already, let's actually go see how much of this is on already. Ale info, I assume not much. What? Not an editor. Oh. Ale. Wait, what system am I on? Am I on a different system? I am Bastion local. Yeah, I turned that one off. I mean, this works on Mac, Unix, or thing. So where are we going? Oh, Pomo. All right, so let's do it again. Go. All right, so here we go. Finish loading package. See the Vim Go at the bottom? It takes a little bit of time and stuff, but it's still fine. Ale info. So, okay, so there's our Ale info. So Go automatically comes with all of these awesome linters that are built in, and you really don't have to do anything else unless you don't want to use those. So down here it says enable linters, Go FMT, Lang, Go PLS, and Go Vet. You know, it might be that you want them all. Maybe you don't. I don't even remember why I changed mine, but this is how I have mine. And in fact, I'm super curious to see what happens if I turn them off. Well, it should work. I mean, Go since day one has been set up to fix itself in amazing ways, which I'm going to talk about in a second. So like if I go down here and let's say I join these lines with a semicolon, right? When I save it, it automatically formats itself. And you can do that in Shell too, and I'm going to show you how to add that in just a second. So the reason that's nice is you can literally cut and paste stuff, and it'll just fix itself, and it'll do the right thing. And that's one of the advantages of actually curly brace languages, in my opinion. It does not work with Python, and it never will, because any white space significant languages cannot do that. It's unfortunate. And so anyway, I guess I don't even need to add that anymore, unless I wanted to isolate it to just those linters and I don't really care about the rest. That might actually make my Go a little bit faster. I can't tell if it's lag right now or if it's whatever it is. But yeah, so like I could do this, for example. I could change that all and get rid of these quotes here. Comment and it default command bars. Okay, so, oh, right. One of the things that's not happening is it's not doing any kind of shell check here. It's actually not. That's interesting. It should be doing other things here. It's not doing it. It should be showing me when I I'll make a mistake. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. So it does do that. When that was like, no, that's an error. Okay, so that was an error versus a warning. Save. Okay, I just turned it all into a line return. The point is that you can kind of get away with being sloppy and how you put stuff, and then you can it auto formats. Okay, so that leads us into auto formatting. you can auto build and things like that. I use ENTR for auto builds and testing, auto testing. Rather than that, we'll come back to that in a Go video later. But here's the fixers. Let's talk about the fix, right? So what do the fixers do? So the fixers, and this is kind of a weird thing. There's no such thing as fixer aliases, and this video might have been worth watching just for that. I found out that fixers, it does not have a fixers underscore aliases. There's just fixers, right? So you list them in each individually. It's going to use SHFMT, which can sometimes be wrong. You got to be careful about that before you do this fix on save. Just practice it for a while, because there are certain circumstances where a fix on save might be wrong and it might blow away your file. And I think so far I've had experience. I've had good luck with this. I actually tried to do my own fix on save with SHFMT, writing my own shellcode for a while. So far this fixer has worked for me, but you got to be careful, because if there's an error that rewrites your whole file, I think as a fixer it's good because you can actually undo it, I'm pretty sure, and have it come back. I've never had this hurt me, but if you have any risk of that at all, you can look at that. So let's actually look at the what were we looking at? We were looking at not Pomo. Okay, yeah, let's look at Marquee again. So what would that mean for here? So this has already got other problems in it. Clear appears to be unused. Use to verify. It's not used. Top appears to be unused. God, I love that. Clear and top. Oh wait, it used to be used, and then I got rid of it. You see that right there? Nice. All right. Well, let's comment that out then. So there's a good example. So here's a good example of a fixer. So if I save that, you see how it's not indented, right? So I can do this. I can do AL fix. Oops. And that will actually fix it. And SHFMT uses tabs, which is the standard for shell. A lot of people don't know that, but it absolutely is. You don't care though, because SHFMT is going to fix your code every time. So like if you get rid of a thing there and you save it, it's going to automatically put a tab there. At least it should. It's not doing it because that's a bug. That's interesting. How about this one? Oh, no. I take it back. It's not doing it on save yet, right? So for that, you still have to do AL fix, and that will fix it when you want to. And you can bind that to a hotkey or something. Or you can do this. You can do, you can come in here and put AL fix on save. As I said, this might be risky for some of you, so be careful. If it has any problem, please let me know. I haven't been doing this new version of this for very long, but that should actually indeed fix these if I save. And I really like this because this is a lot like how my Go programming flow works. I'll like be sloppy in my for loops or whatever, and then I'll just, because I know when I save it, it's going to clean it up, right? Like if I wanted to, I could do this, right? I could do return, and that actually formatted it just right. But if I do save, you see how it got rid of my did you see how it cleaned up the extraneous line return there? You have any idea how many hours I have spent like individually cleaning up somebody else's code because they had line returns and shit in there they didn't need? But SHFMT does it for you automatically. You can do this. I have a feeling you could probably also configure a shell FMT to actually expand those one-liners. I don't know though. I haven't played around with that enough. But that kind of brings us to the end of this video. This has been designed to just be kind of an introduction to Ale. There are an infinite number of other things, it seems like, to add. These, by the way, are all Go, Vim Go stuff. You definitely want those if you're going to do any Go development. Same with my Pandoc stuff here. But that, those are very simple things. A lot of people really like it for completion. They use code completion, they use code documentation, all that stuff. I do not do that. I am a big fan of using the built-in Shift K for everything, which is automatically in any language whatsoever. Shift K, so I use that instead of the tab sort of situation. But you can do tab. There are people who use it for much more than I do. I just do it because I want my files to be clean. And I want this to see the shell check errors where they are and get some suggested fixes in line when it happens. I think those are something that can be useful for everybody and save everybody time no matter what, despite their annoyance. And they're a little bit less annoying when the ruler is always there, right? Because, let's actually take another one. Let's do like why. So why. So this, let me show you, like, if there, I did a video about why that is, by the way. It's got no command there. So you see how this did not reposition my stuff, right? It kept it that way, and then when the thing goes away, it doesn't shift my code yet again. It's lagging out. I don't know what. I'm just kind of annoying me. So that actually is really annoying, especially because sometimes that'll happen while you're writing. As you're writing stuff out, it'll actually put the bug in there, and I don't mind the bug there as long as it's going to go away. You can actually change when it does those things. You can have it be only on save, versus. I mean, if it's only on save, then when you make the change, it doesn't do it immediately. The way I have it set right now is it does it as while I'm writing it, so it like stops me from writing it. The downside of that though is that if it's like I don't necessarily want it to give me crap the whole time as soon as I write it that way. I only kind of want it to do it on save. You can look at that. You can say SSHFMT lint on save, or you can say shell check only on save. There's another variable you can look up to turn that off so it doesn't bother you all the time. That is the end. It is way more than 10 minutes. I'm sorry about that, but hopefully that'll help you in your Vim adventures. Not to, anyway. That's all I have to say about that. So let me go ahead and do an upload on this. Well, actually, no, I'm making a bunch of videos that are not getting uploaded. I'll upload them all and clean them up a little bit later today. I am going to set up and take a break, though, so I suggest you do the same. And we'll go ahead and continue to customize some of the things that I need to customize. That's really the only reason I'm here today. But I am I've done like 5 or 6 videos now that'll show up on SealStack's site. So I need to kind of start doing that. Yeah. Yes. Some of the other things that I needed to customize in my browser are, we need to talk about user bin bash and how to get bash to show up as a type, and why you might want to do that. I mean, here's a good example. If I do bin sh here, before ale gets turned back on, okay, so shell check didn't find it. Set ft equals sh. You'll see the syntax highlight should be broken. No, it's not. What the hell? It's supposed to break. There we go. So you see that? That is because it's a bash script and it thinks it's a shell script. Because it says this is not valid shell, because that's a bashism. That's why you want your file type to be bash. And not shell. I'm actually going to use this as my starting video. I'm going to walk away for a bit. I'll be back.
DeepZeep is now following.
All right, I'm back. How you doing, Zeep Zeep? Looks like we got lots of great streamers on today. So I'm just gonna casually continue working on my stuff here. I'm gonna make another video really quick about detecting bash. And I have a feeling NeoVim doesn't do this, but I'm never gonna know because I'm not gonna test NeoVim ever again. I'm done. I tried testing it yesterday. I lost 2 hours trying to get it to work. An hour at least, maybe not 2. I don't want to go down the NeoVim rant again. I already did that today. I don't want to make more enemies. People get mad at me for not liking it. Like, I just don't like it. All right, so here comes the video. You guys ready? All right, so here's a quick video about why bother setting up a file type for bash. Some of you astute users out there of Vim may have already noticed that by default, bash is detected by Vim, not NeoVim. We're not talking about NeoVim. As a shell file type. And what I have on the screen right now is an example of that. There's actually 3 built-in syntax highlighters in modern Vim that are, there's one for Z shell, there's one for shell, and there's one for bash. And as you can see here, this is a construct, a really amazing construct in bash alone is the reason to use it. That actually, it's not an escape sequence. What it does, it's a separate video on this, but it puts the binary of that into the variable. Not the text string of the escape sequence, but the actual binary value goes in there. And I changed the bin sh here. You're like, what's up with that? I did that on purpose because I wanted you to see over here. So we've got the sh here. And, you know, that's why you're getting this error. This is a bash script, obviously, right? But because it's shell, it's causing these errors. It's like, no, you can't do that. And, you know, it not only that, but it kind of confuses, it can confuse linter or stuff like that, like an ale, which I did a whole video on that. So bin bash is traditionally what you would want to do here. So this video is going to be about how to detect bash and how to use bash as a file type without having it be ignored and having it get used by other things. Okay, that's the point of this. And there's going to be some Vim script in here. I don't want to have to defend Vim script. Vim script has been what we've been using for more than 20 years. Is it good? No, it's not. It's horrible, but that's what's on the system. So I'm not going to attempt to do this in Lua. If somebody wants to do it in Lua and NeoVim, fine. I have no desire because I want a single file configuration, separate rant about that. Go watch that. So you can see this is still here because the file type down here in the bottom right has not changed. So I'm going to change the file type explicitly back to bash. And you can see everything goes back to normal. Just for comparison, you see how Z shell has a different syntax. That's really it, though. I don't know why Z shell syntax is slightly different. I do like the Z shell syntax a little bit better. It could be argued that Z shell syntax and bash are identical, but that is not true. And I don't want to get into Z shell versus bash right now. Bash is the official shell of Linux. The end. That's just the truth. The Kali Linux can put Z shell. I don't want to do it. Bash is the official one. Bash is what you should be writing your scripts in. Even Z shell users don't write Z shell scripts. They write POSIX shell scripts, bin sh, or they write bash scripts, right? If they have to, because they're working on a system that's using bash. But you can see here, you know, the syntax kind of the syntax didn't change at all because they didn't change the file type. So how do I get it to detect that rather than having to type it in here? Set ft equals bash. So, you know, this is one of the reasons I don't like the bash particular syntax highlighting that's built in by default. this could be a little bit more. I mean, if you like color and stuff, this is kind of ugly right here, right? I mean, this is one of those cases where I do what check the Z shell out. It looks so pretty, right? I do like the Z shell better. I'm not gonna lie. I do. Not only that, but it actually sees these escape sequences better. The Z shell syntax highlighting is. It seems like it's more modern. It seems like it has been used, you know, before. And maybe I'll do another video about how to trick Bash into how to trick Shell into using Z shell syntax highlighting. One way to do that is to provide your own syntax file, right? And but at that point you've like lost all of your advantage for using, you know, the built-in thing wherever you are. So let's go back to that. So anyway, this video is about how to detect Bash, how to make your thing into Bash, right? So let's go open up the vimrc, and I can see here I disabled Ale on this system. I'm going to turn Ale back on just temporarily. This is from another video I did. I did a whole video on Ale linting and why you might want it. And so there's the first thing you're going to see, kind of a hint here. So for Ale, you're going to need to tell Ale that Bash is SH. There's a whole video on that. Go watch that. And you're also going to need to do the same thing here for the fixer. There's no such thing as fixers aliases. But, you know, we still have problems here. And what I want to show you is this. So I'm going to disable the default behavior. And then, I mean, you can figure it out from here. So this entire section, again, all these things are in my dot files, right? So you can go pilfer from my dot files, rbxrob /dot on GitHub. Please give me a like and a sub over there if you want to when you come over there. This is how you do it. So you just add a very simple basic Vim thing. If has eval, that's how I avoid Vim, other forms of VI. My vimrc is designed to work anywhere there's a VI, Vim, or even ed. You can actually use my script with edrc as an edrc and that's what's at the top. I'll talk a different video about that, but that's actually how I suggest you learn Vim. Is you learn ed first, and then you learn VI, and then you learn Vim, and then you learn NeoVim if you want. And you do that in that order, progressive learning, and then you'll be capable at any level without being hobbled by thinking that some NeoVimism or Vimism is everywhere, which is just not. There's just really no reason not to learn it that way, because it's equally as fast to learn it that way, and then you get that progressive knowledge that you can apply anywhere. So, and believe me, there's plenty of times when you're going to need ed. I have to look it up every time, but sometimes you actually do need it, particularly if you're a security guy, a person. Anyway, so if has this is a function which says if it hasn't been defined, overwrite it. I'm not suggesting you learn vimrc. I actually never Vim script. I've never actually learned Vim script. Every time I go to make a change, I have to go look it up, and thank God for ChatGPT now, because I can say I need a function that does this in Vim script, and it'll write it for me. So I don't have to switch out my editor and use NeoVim just because I know Lua, which I don't know very well. But I was more of a Minecraft guy, not a Roblox guy. And I didn't write WoW plugins, so I don't know Lua. Lua's a great language, though. So, but yeah, I don't need that. I can just go say, hey, write Vim script. One of the things I really hate about Vim script is, like, if you're going to do a new line, there's absolutely no need for this, but they make you put, slashes in front of it. This has actually got a trailing new line there, which is annoying. Anyway, so I'm going to do my L. Okay. So there it is. So this says if this grabs the first line and says if I have any of these other lines, set the file type as bash and change the shift width, which quite frankly, probably doesn't need to be there. I think I already have that someplace else, but that's there. I'm leaving it. And then this says anytime a new file is opened, or something is read in, go ahead and call this function. This is your event handler. Run detect bash, and that will give you all the bashes that you need. I'm going to use a separate video. I'll do a separate video about why I use bin bash versus bin bash and what are the implications of that. There's a bunch of security stuff, so please look for that video. used to be Python. You know, the whole technique of using used to be an UV for stuff is sus, and there's a video on that. So this is it. This is the function. This is the reason I made this video. And then you actually have bash at that point. And then of course you can make your other bash assignments. If you have files that are not bash, you can tell them you want those files to be bash. The reason I did it in snippets is because I've got a bunch of things that don't have a shebang line, nor do they have a suffix. You should not be putting a suffix on your files unless they're inclusion files, like include this in. And frankly, my snippets should probably have suffixes, right? It's a bad practice to put suffixes on shell scripts and executables of any kind, because you can't change out to another language later. And there's a whole video on that, but just don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want to fight you on it. It's just don't do it. It's horrible. Some of that stuff you're going to want to rewrite in other languages, and you cannot do that if you lock yourself into a suffix anyway. So, if you want to set your file type, this is how you do it, and then you set the bash file type here in that way. So that's pretty much everything you need to know to add bash to your Vim. And I don't think I even have any other references to bash in my entire vimrc. If platform is Mac, add Mac, delete, make it work. Okay, so that's not it. There we go. Bash set the width to 2. That's why I said I have that in 2 places. And then the AL stuff. So, you know, we're setting up the bash aliases as a shell thing so that it will now work when you open it up, and it'll give you those beautiful errors, which is what you see here. I did a whole video on that, so go watch that. That's it. So this has been how to enable bash as a file type without stomping on your shell file type. And specifically for AL, there's an entire video about how to get AL to work in your environment. So that's all. All right. Lots of videos today. What else are we going to do? Let's actually go do some cleanup. I don't actually need Marquee. So, yeah. I'm actually having a hard time right now deciding how much customization to do and clean up. I did clean up my whole bash RC. So I deleted huge sections of my bash RC that were unused. And I still need to do more of that. I don't even think I'm going to use the snippet stuff anymore. So... one of the things I was going to do is link my terminal tmux buffer to my my cut and paste buffer, which is currently not the case. So this is me using tmux, and I can paste it here just fine on anything. It's the reason I use tmux buffers for stuff. But the problem with that is that I can't paste it into other things. So if I might be used to using tmux for everything, and then I want to do Control V, or worse, I want to actually grab a thing from here and I want to paste it, but I want to use the tmux buffer paste because I'm just used to that, and instead of Control V for that, right? So how can I have the tmux buffer play nice with that? So on a Mac, there's 2 things. You can either use Xclip on a Linux box, which I've used in the past, or you can use pgdump, or not pgdump, what is it? PB something. Yeah, pbcopy. So pbcopy will take anything you give to it. So echoes something to pbcopy, and now I can go over here and paste, and it'll do something. So pbcopy is the built-in command in Mac that does that. We don't need that anymore. And so that's cool and all, but it's Mac only. One of the things that I ran into a problem with this is I wanted to put this in tmux, but the tmux config syntax doesn't have an if-then detection, which then makes me kind of wonder if I can do a dynamic configuration of tmux based on what system I'm on. whether I have Mac or Linux or things like that. So, and why? Because there are terminals. So Alacrity, both Alacrity and iTerm 2, iTerm 2 has built-in Tmux integration. And I actually was running iTerm 2 for a long time. iTerm 2 is ridiculously slow, though. It's so slow. And especially compared to something like Alacrity, which I used for many, many years when I was on Rust. Someone decided to turn their music on upstairs. Can you hear it? I think they just want to hear music and not me. I must be pretty loud. Did they just want to troll my video? Yeah, I think they just decided to put their video on at the very maximum. I think they're trying to piss me off. They are. They're trying to piss me off. I can't record videos with that music on. They just turned it down. I wonder if they can hear me. Maybe they're watching me right now. Can you hear them? And then they turned it off. I wonder if they can hear me. It might have been a car, actually. It might have been a car. Anyway, I'm trying to decide what that was. I need to get my teeth fixed. I can't be here all day today, but I am going to figure, I want to figure this out. Okay, so how can we set up PB? How can we set up PB paste so that my Tmux command line buffers are a thing? People are like, why do you use Tmux cut and paste? Because it works everywhere. Bottom line, Tmux cut and paste works everywhere. Vim panes do not. They only work when you have Vim open. And so I can have, I can have links open or whatever. I can have some other thing open and cut and paste between the two. To tell you the truth, I'm actually seriously tempted to drop my subscription to ChatGPT, which I've been using quite a bit, and use the API. But the only reason I haven't done that is because it's not available on my phone, and there's no way to integrate the two. This is me asking if ricing is a racist word, and it said, yeah, don't use it. And so this is actually involved in the conversation about how I want to tweak my terminal, because I've been using mods in the terminal API, which charge you per query. One possibility is to use both of them, right? But the reason I really like this is because this has it has context. So for better or worse, it remembers me. It knows what I've been talking about before. Like the other day, it remembered something I was talking about it on my road trip. It was like, so if you're doing that, like you were talking about way back when, then it's extremely terrifying, right? That it has that much contextual memory about everything I've ever done, especially since it can be hacked very easily. You can get anybody's contextual memory by writing a specific query. That made it into Wired magazine, I believe. I don't care. I don't care, and I probably should care, but I don't. That's somebody else's concern for now. But I like it. I like being able to not have to fill it in on everything that we've ever talked about before. So why does this matter? Because if I want my standard terminal integration, I'm not going to be able to do that with ChatGPT unless I have a separate ChatGPT to integrate with, which I potentially could do, and that would mean double paying. But I'm probably going to be okay with that eventually. By the way, what is your title? Is your title? I hope the title is correct. Does your title say terminal tweaking? It should say that. Does everybody know? All right, so let's actually go do some more coding on this. So what is PB copy? what do we want to do with this? How can I use it? So let's actually look at our iTerm2. Does iTerm2 have integration with, let's actually make it small. I'll go back to small mode. Does iTerm2 have integration with tmux buffer, the system buffer? iTerm2 is integrated with tmux. Here we go. There we go. iTerm2 is integrated with tmux, allowing to ensure native user interface with all the benefits of tmux persistence. Normally, when you use tmux, multiple virtual windows and displayed in a single physical window, you can manipulate the environment by issuing commands tmux. Poses a few questions. Command mode by default, which means to move the cursor, blah. You have SSH to the remote host more than once. You have to learn tmux commands. To adjust split panes, you have to enable mouse reporting. That's not true. Even if you don't want it. Some built-in features of your terminal emulator won't work as well. For instance, you can't access tmux scrollback history easily quickly as you could with normal Windows terminal. Also, tmux find feature isn't as good as iTerm2's. Bullshit. For many users, the terminal multiplexer is a great way to work. They don't want to accept the drawbacks. iTerm2 integration solves the problems. When you run tmux cc, a new tmux session is created. An iTerm2 window opens and it acts like a normal iTerm2 window. The difference is that when iTerm2 quits or the SSH session is lost, tmux keeps running. You can return to the host with your SSH into the run to tmux cc attach, and the iTerm2 window will open in the same state that you were left before. A few use cases come to mind. Reason to do most of that work in SSH, restore the environment you had on the work when you were there. That's the reason to use tmux, period. When you get home, no more anxiety about letting system update reboot. For everyone collaborate with another user having two tmux systems. Yeah. You should be able to use tmux as always, just use a CC argument. All right, so the question is, do I go back to using iTerm2 and allowing that for its built-in tmux integration, systems terminal integration? So the reason you would do that is that if I did that, I would not have to change my tmux config to be Mac specific by putting pb copy in there. It says when it tells tmux that the client size has changed, causing all windows to resize. Windows are never larger than the smallest attached client. The gray area at the right at the bottom shows create a new one. Detach using shell. A tab with tmux window may not contain non-tmux split panes. Why would you? A tab with split panes may have empty areas. This is because tmux wants every tmux to be the same size, but our split plane dividers are not exactly one cell. Yep. Check settings general for command settings. You can also get to a session with a larger number of windows. Yeah. I don't know. Does Alacrity have integration? Alacrity integration with tmux. Alacrity's GPU accelerated terminal emulator aims simplicity performance. Due to capabilities, Vim rendering is now the fastest on macOS. I doubt that. Seriously, I doubt the built-in terminal is probably faster. I'm a huge fan of Vim. It says they're very sad about performance on Mac terminals. iTerm terminal app on Linux, Vim is literally flying, but on macOS, Vim rendering is very slow and laggy. This wasn't always the case. Some of the older versions of iTerm rendering faster. That might be true, but the macOS update, iTerm gets worse. After upgrading to a new machine, it made it faster. GPU acceleration terminal. GPU accelerated terminals are cool, and that's the reason to use Alacrity. Alacrity is wicked fast. I have network latency issues right now on some of my servers, and that's what's causing the problem. There are also people who are not happy with the current state of emulators. Change it by starting Alacrity. Cross-platform GPU accelerated emulator platform written in Rust that does not support the full ANSI character set, and that is the reason I got off of it. It's not a true terminal emulator. It's missing a bunch of stuff. I used it for years, and I love that
Retired
it uses YAML
Android
config
is now
and dynamically
following.
changes if you change the config. Thank you for the follow there. Therefore, it's very opinionated, but at the same time, it's very ambitious. So tell how Alacritty will end up. GPU accelerated render is the biggest selling point using OpenGL. However, it's very opinionated. Everywhere, custom route and fast Rust. It is fast. A terminal emulator is in the sweet spot for Rust. There's no doubt about it. Simplicity. We used to, the creator, one of the main developers and creators of Alacritty, used to be regularly in our community, and then they left. Alacritty's cross-platform supports Linux and Mac, blah. The author wrote a blog post announcing Alacritty. Precompiled binaries will eventually be made available and supported. This is really old. Yeah. Cited build from source. I don't want to. I don't want to build from source. They use curl, thank God. They're not wget people. I'm going to stop compiling macOS apps. Make app. That will only work if you have Rust. We're not building it from scratch. That's not happening. I'm actually seriously tempted to try Alacritty. I'm pretty sure it does not have BIMRC integration. I mean, tmux integration. I think if we were to use Alacritty, we would have to give that up. What about ST? I don't know what that is. I really, really love the YAML configuration for Alacritty. Therefore, I use slightly less muted background. I select a red cursor block. Yeah. Shell programs, Z shell. Bleh. Let's say I don't use Command W to close the window. Before I delete it, I do. I'm saying Alacritty. I do love the automated, like if you change Alacritty YAML, it'll actually change the terminal. There's something really cool about that, is that I can integrate that with Twitch. Alacritty is the only terminal that has dynamic configuration based on watching a file change. That is really great, because especially for a Twitch streamer, I can actually let you change my terminal theme by sending a command and having it change my config, which I just think would be hilarious. Like if you wanted to make me code with some other, people already have this. This is already a thing. And it wouldn't just be for Vim. It would be for my entire terminal. Yeah. I think that would be really fun. That'd be a really fun integration to have for Twitch streaming. That's the kind of thing I would probably want to do. Other people wouldn't want it right there. I want to read it. I don't want somebody to buy, make you code in Santa colors or something. Is ST suckless? Really? I don't know. Let's go look. So we'll turn on implementation for X. Oh, I'm not using X. So that would be a no. I'm on a Mac. I'd have to run an X server for this. I'm on a Unix system. So that's a no on that one. I don't want to fight about why I'm on a Mac and not Linux. I'm not a true Linux user. Bullshit. I can flex all day long on Linux versus Mac. I don't need to. That's what's so great about being old. I don't give a shit. It's like, I don't have to prove it. I will. I'll fight you on it just because it's fun to fight. Viti Blood Files Master Alacritty. Is this the same Fatih who authored? Oh no, this is Fatih saying how much they love Alacritty. Interesting. I think this is the same guy who wrote the YQ tool. Could be wrong about that. So when I'm talking about integration, I'm talking about tmux being the tmux copy and paste buffer being loaded into the system buffer from the terminal. iTerm2 is the only thing that does that by default that I know of. There are three possibilities here. One is we use a terminal emulator that does it, like iTerm 2, which is really slow. I don't want to do it. 2, we give in and we create a dot files configuration that favors Mac and uses pbcopy. That's all well and good. That'll work, right? So yeah. And 3, I guess, is we create some sort of smart configuration that detects whether you're on a Linux machine or a Mac, which is what I really want, because I use the same tmux config on every computer I ever use. So, and I don't want to have it be, first of all, I don't want to have to use Xclip. Xclip is a Linux only desktop thing. You have to have X running. I don't want that. I want the underlying system to be better. So it's gonna need to be integrated. pbcopy. Another reason I don't like pbcopy is because pbcopy only works on if I run tmux on my Mac and not on the remote system. Yeah. I think that's true no matter what. I think if iTerm 2, that's totally true anyway. So never mind. I think that might not be an issue. I think iTerm 2, the way it does its integration, it only works if you run tmux on that computer. It doesn't, and how could it, right? How could it see the tmux you're running on a remote system? Why is this important? Because this influences my use of tmux, which it already has, because I can't do stuff like this. I can't.
Soft, governor.
Sorry?
Software shit.
I can't just pull up a screen and have it do the right thing. I can't do this. GH repo view dash URL and have it pull up a web browser because these tmux panes, in order for them to work, they have to be running on my Mac. So the takeaway from that is it's always better to run tmux on your host system, particularly if it's a Mac or Git Bash. And unfortunately, Git Bash is not able to open it. Mac, that's why Mac is so amazing. It really is amazing. I'm just not gonna lie. I don't even think you can do that on Git Bash, because no, you can. Absolutely, you can. Never mind. I take it back. I'm pretty sure you can spin off a subprocess in Windows Git Bash and have it work. The point is that Bash is running. The shell is running even under tmux. It knows about its host system. And why does that matter? Because like when I'm browsing the internet, like when I'm looking for something like this, and I go out to a YouTube thing, and it's like, obviously I can't see anything here, but I want to open up the web browser. I press : and the web browser opens, right? And I click on browse YouTube, and I get the Beatles something, right? So that little thing I did by pushing : and having it open up, that does not happen unless the tmux is running on the main system that I'm interacting with. And that can be annoying, because when I want to be over here on Bastion and I want to open up another terminal on Bastion, I might be over here and I need a new thing, right? So I'm doing a thing over here, IPA or whatever, and then I'm going over here and it's like I have to SSH into Bastion. But it doesn't take me that long to get into that machine. So my workflow is such that it makes more sense to run tmux on the host system. I'm actually going to make a video about that right now. I'm going to make a video about that right now. I mean, that's a big decision for a beginner. And I want to talk about the advantages of tmux over that. So I'm going to make a video about that because I have so fresh on my mind, and it's involved in my decision making, etc. So let's do that. Clear. All right. So clear. All right. So dot. So let's do let's do that. Let's do let's make a banner, I guess. Bannerfish RBX. You like that? Welcome. And Bannerfish tmux on Mac. All right, so let's do this. Ready to go. All right, so this is a video about how I am running TMUX on my Mac. We're not going to fight about me using a Mac, a Unix system, the largest Unix distribution in the world, even though I don't like Apple. We're going to talk about how to use TMUX here. And that's what's up with this, by the way. This is like a nod to those who know. I know this. This is my Mac. This is a laptop I'm streaming. Some of you know I'm streaming from a 14-inch MacBook Pro, M3 modern 2024 system, and I love it. Now, I'm already running TMUX here. You can't tell because I'm doing it like this. I'm not using the minibar, which I will make another video about. And when I try to run TMUX, it warned me because it's already there, right? So this video is specifically about a decision you may not have thought about. Where do I run TMUX, right? Well, in order to answer that question, you have to answer the question, first of all, what is TMUX for? And I've talked about this before, but I'm just going to repeat it really quickly. TMUX has two primary purposes. Its main purpose is to give you multiple screens, multiple windows. And we can have another video and another debate about whether you want to use separate panes or separate windows. I actually agree with the Primeagen on this particular point. He prefers multiple windows over multiple panes because you can switch back and forth really easily. And that's a video for another day. So that's what TMUX is good for. The primary reason for TMUX is that you get multiple panes. You get, in fact, people ask me what my window manager is all the time, or my terminal manager. A lot of times they're asking me my desktop manager. They want me to say, that I like Wayland or X, or that I like, I don't know. I don't even know the names of them anymore. I don't. Qt versus GNOME versus whatever. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. One of my biggest viral videos is why I don't like Linux desktop. You can go watch that. And when thanks for that. So when you find out the truth about the terminal, you find yourself not using anything else. And the honest answer is I use TMUX. Like, what's your favorite window manager? TMUX. They want me to say it's the thing that puts little panes or whatever and everything. I'm like, I don't do that. I use the terminal. And everybody who knows me knows that. I do use graphic tools, and that brings us to the next thing. What happens when I need a graphic thing? And this is really the point of this video. So the second reason to use TMUX, okay, and this is very important. The second reason to use TMUX is to have multiple users, or to have it preserve your state. So let me give you a scenario really quick, tell you a story. So this is a true story. And of a time when TMUX saved my life. I've told this story before in other videos. I'm going to tell you it again really quick. So I work from home. A lot of you know that. A lot of you know that I work from home. I was actually at work in my closet, big closet that I 20 amp circuits in and stuff like that. So I could work up there and have my lab up there and everything. And I was up there working, and it was a relatively new subdivision, and the power got cut. And I lost my access to my remote system in the middle of something that I was doing. And it was relatively important. But it didn't matter. And I was off chart, and I was like, I think I was running a long running process, like something that was going to do a backup or something, right? And those of you who know Unix and Linux, you know about NoHup and all these other ways to send a process into the background, but they're annoying, right? And so the biggest reason to use TMUX in an enterprise remote environment like that is to do that. And in fact, when I taught TMUX first to young people, it was like vanilla Minecraft doesn't have a way to continue running. It's like it expects you to run it from a terminal actively, and it's dumping all its logs out and everything. So the only way to keep your Minecraft server running is to run it into TMUX. And because TMUX actually keeps all the logs and it buffers all that, you can go back onto the system, log it, SSH into the machine, and TMUX A and attach to the machine and share. Not only that, but you can do that along with another person. You can have both people, 2-3 people. I have great stories about that. You can all share TMUX together, like the original, multi-user sort of thing. And people have been doing that for years and years. They've been doing that using Screen before TMUX was the thing. And TMUX is based on Screen. So that's why you would have a terminal multiplexer. That was long, but that's the reason you have terminal. So, but when it comes to using, you have to make a decision, right? Especially if you're running a Unix system like on your desktop, like I am, and my Mac. Mac is the largest Unix deployment in the world. They paid a lot of money for that designation. And so I want to run Unix here, right? So then the question is, well, I've got a server, I've got a Bastion server. Why don't I just run TMUX on Bastion, right? And by the way, I can do that. And I can. It gets kind of messy, right? Because if I run it here, if I run Tmux here, now I'm running Tmux on a remote system, and I'm running a Tmux on the on my Linux on my Mac machine. So it gets kind of tricky, right? Because who's going to get the leader? Which Tmux is going to win, right? So this is kind of the merging of the two reasons to use Tmux. It's like I want to use it on this remote system because I want to be able to attach to it and thing. But when I go to detach, I'm going to have trouble because which one is the keystroke going to go to? Is it going to go to the embedded one on the remote one, or is it going to go to the other one? And there's a way around that, which I will briefly talk to you about, but that's kind of out of the scope of this particular video. So you can actually, tell just. I'm going to look for it really quick. Where is it? There's a way to send the command to the remote thing, and I have a key for that. It's in my fingers. I don't remember it. Let's see. Custom measure streaming, default terminal, pane bus, secondary. Yeah, it's a secondary leader. That's what I have. I think actually Control B is my secondary leader because my primary leader is Control A. Because that's what Screen has been doing for 20 years, 25 years. So my fingers know it, and that's a separate video as well. But so base pane index, automatic rename. I must have. It's not here anymore. I don't know why. Anyway, so if that would be the reason that you would do that, right? But I'm going to make the case for one thing. And I'm going to jump ahead and tell you what I've decided to do. So we're looking at Alacritty. I have decided to, so let me give you a thing. Remember I said I use the Unix system, XUnix, right?
It's a Unix system.
This is the Tmux window that was able to spire up a graphic application on my Mac and run it, right? Let me give you another example of that. GH view, right? So GH repo view. So this is a really powerful command line tool. Okay, there's the thing. But what if I wanted to see the actual web one, -- web? Because Tmux window is running on my Mac, it actually is able to open up my browser. This goes for GH auth login and all those other things. It actually logs me in, and it can pull up stuff that's already here. Another place this is really important. I can do a search from the command line for something using my wicked fast, command line web skills. Hey, look, there's Billie Eilish doing a cover. Oh, but it's a YouTube video. I want to see this YouTube video. There's nothing here to see. How do I open YouTube? Comma. I push a comma, it opens up. I can browse on YouTube, and it goes to YouTube, right? And that'll actually go all the way through. It used to be direct, but they changed it. So the point being that I can find something. Maybe somebody documents something that's written on some stupid site that requires JavaScript, like this, right? Make sure you're using the newest browser. Yeah, bull crap. This is the newest thing. And so this is actually Ultimate Guitar Tabs. So I can push comma and I can actually go see the guitar tabs, which is fair because it's mostly text that you could not render in a browser. The point is, none of that would work if Tmux were running on a remote system. If I were doing all of my browsing for my daily work and my stuff like that, any of those graphic integrations that I have would stop working because they would be encapsulated, be on a remote system that hasn't any knowledge about what the host system is, which is why my recommendation in this video, and this is the point of the video, is for you to get in the habit of running Tmux from your Mac or Linux machine, whatever it is, from your host system, your main system. That's where you should be running Tmux. The other reason for that too is because you want to be able to cut and paste things, right? And you can set up cut and paste, and you can actually integrate cut and paste with pbcopy, and that will actually cause your system cut and paste buffer to be integrated with your Tmux cut and paste buffer, and they are directly integrated. Why? Because Tmux is running on the same machine that your terminal is running on. You can't do that unless you're doing Tmux that way. So that is what we're doing. That is the reason to do that. And I'm making this video because I'm going to justify the addition. I'll make a separate video about this, about how to add pbcopy if you have a Mac, or XClip if you have Windows. A Linux desktop, laptop, whatever. And by doing that integration, you get system copy and paste buffers integrated in, which, by the way, you can look up right here using Control A equals sign in Tmux. Some of you might not know that, but you can go in and you can see all of your previous cut and paste buffers that you've done in Tmux. And a separate video on why you should be using Tmux for all your cutting and pasting instead of panes, instead of, Vim panes or some shit that comes only in the terminal that you have. I think it's pretty obvious to anybody who thinks through it, because Tmux is universal, and that cutting and pasting is going to happen anywhere, no matter where it's coming from. There is one downside to that, but that downside applies to all of those situations, and that is spaces are sometimes cut and pasted along with it, and that can be annoying. But it's not as annoying if you're using AIL or something like that to auto correct your pastes if it's code or whatever. So that one of the main reasons I'm looking at this is because I want to be able to cut and paste between my $20 a month ChatGPT and my underlying terminal. I used to use mods from Charm Bracelet because I could do it, but that's all under an API cost-based scenario. I can't mix the two. Plus, I also want it on my phone, so I'm keeping ChatGPT, but I can't copy and paste between Tmux buffers easily here. So setting up this PG copy or PV copy, PV paste with my integration is essential, and that requires me to have Tmux running on the same machine my terminal is running on, no matter what terminal I choose. And I've been doing a whole analysis of whether I want Alacritty, iTerm 2, or just the built-in terminal on Mac. I haven't quite made that decision yet, but for right now, I'm just using the built-in terminal. So based on all of that, the answer is run Tmux on your host system. And when you need a remote Tmux, learn how to do that while it's also there. And also, if you're annoyed because you want to do most of your work on a remote system like I do, go ahead and set up your SSH copy ID so that you can just log right into your remote systems. There's a little bit of network latency there. It's another reason I don't like developing, even on my own remote systems for Linux, unless I have to, because there's always going to be a little bit of network latency to do the development on something that's not your home machine. And if you're like me, you get kind of annoyed by that and you don't like it. So anything that I can develop on my own computer, I do develop it on my own computer, and then I'll synchronize it over there with SCP or Git pull or whatever. So that's just the way I like to do my development. And because I do mostly Go and Bash development, I don't need to care about it being on the right system usually, including the fact that I can run kubectl and all that other stuff from there. What I'm trying to say is I do most of my development locally on Tmux on a Mac anyway, and you'll see that in my doc files. My doc files have a lot of conditional stuff in there that detects whether it's running on Unix or it's actually running on Linux. Those are two different things. And it's BSD, which is great. The other great thing about this is if I ever want to run FreeBSD or OpenBSD, my doc files will work on BSD systems. Most people's won't. They are very Linux specific. And all of that is to inform the decision to run Tmux. Just run it on the same machine that's got your terminal on it, and you'll be happy. There. Set paste to Vims when it audits. Yeah, I already know about that. Use it all the time. I don't need any of that. I don't need set paste at all. If you've got AIL set up, you don't even need set paste. That's a very well taken recommendation, and I would have recommended that 20 years ago, but you don't need that anymore. You don't. With AIL, you don't need that at all, because AIL with a fixer will fix all the pasting, and you don't have to even care about set paste unless you're a Python programmer. And why would you be? And by the way, paste does not fix Python paste. No, Python is just fundamentally any YAML too. YAML has the same problem. YAML and that kind of thing. Anyway, so that video is done, and a lot of people like Python. Yep, I don't. I'll use it if I have to. We're going to make another video here about why I don't use Windows across the top. It's a very short video. I kind of want to get good with doing the customizations for what appears in there. Yeah, well, I don't need Python. The only time I've needed Python in the last 2 weeks has been to do TOML parsing. And YQ almost did everything I needed, but didn't. A lot of people don't know YQ will read any TOML file. The Go one, the Mike Farrell one. All right, so another video. I guess to say Bastion. SSH Bastion local. I should probably sparse these out during the week so that you get one a day instead of all of them at the same time. People will not watch them all. Yeah. Dot files. All right. All right, here we go. Bash is good for like 90%. That's why I use Bash, and it's already there. Yep. That's why most container people do use Bash too, because it's already there. All right, let's cut a quick video. This is a really quick one. Really quick video. Add an image watermark app in Python. That's fun. Yes. Python web scraping. Yeah, I can see that. I haven't done it for anything, but. Yep. Let me wait here. Let's keep this. Let's keep the conversation. If you have anything to say about Tmux right now, let me know. Machine learning world. What's your language? I haven't talked about it yet. I need to ask them about it. I don't interact with the machine learning people very directly because I'm kind of an ops developer person. But I would like to. Python is clearly the leading language for machine learning, even though I don't think it's the best language for that. It's just that's what the world has decided. All right, I'm happy to talk about those things, but I want to make a quick video. So here we go. All right, another quick video. This should be short, I promise. People have been asking me recently, how am I managing this? What am I doing here? This is a Tmux thing, right? So the built-in thing for me is Control AW, so Leader W. Leader W, which you can do with one hand pretty quickly. And what that does is it shows you all your different windows, and it gives you kind of a preview of them. On this top one, it shows you all three of the videos like separately. It's a standard thing. It's been built into Tmux forever. I'm going to give full credit to BeginBot. BeginBot is a great, fun Twitch streamer. I might disagree with him on many things. One of the most entertaining streamers people that you'll ever see on Twitch or on YouTube. Absolutely hilarious guy. Who has given me credit for his transparent terminal and a lot of the things that he's added to his own process. Well, the other day I was actually watching BeginBot. And BeginBot was flying through all these windows here doing this, and there was no menu bar on the top. So there was no menu bar. So here's what the menu bar is. And I wanted to show you the menu bar really quickly because there are some advantages to having the menu bar, such as I have my Pomo code is running in my status line, and it is in the status. This is the status bar. And I run mine at the top, and you got this 3 in Neo, and you can go Control A2 and get to it. But since watching his video, I looked through his files. That's right. I stalked BeginBot. I looked through his files, and I was like, he actually put a comment, and he turned off his status menu, and I'm like, that's unheard of. You can't do that. And so I went ahead and turned it off. And so how do you do that? You do set status off, and it's gone. So and it goes away. Now, why would you want it? So you saw I had a Pomo timer going on. But again, you can still use the numbers too. So like if you know the number, you can just use the number directly, like I am, but I don't. These days, I'm kind of like into this kind of thing. I did spend some time like customizing and eventually commenting out the use of these things. Let me show you what I'm talking about by that. So there is a way you can make these, you can have more stuff in here. So more useful for post listing when useful. So I actually I'm going to turn this back on just to show you. I thought it would be fun to do this. Let's actually reload this with my config is reloaded. I also got that trick from BeginBot. So the reloading config, let me just show you. So here we go. This config display config reloaded. That was kind of a fun little thing that got added on, so you can automatically reload your config files. But see, now you see I get these really long-winded things, and I thought that what it was going to do is going to actually put the right thing where it belonged. Beginbot, Beginbot. Somebody shout out Beginbot on Twitch, please. I hope I'm saying that right. But anyway, so there's other variations on this. I'm not going to make a video about how to do all of this. You can play around with this though. You can do the window flag paint, all this thing. But I'm just going to try. It's just become annoying to me to do that, so I don't do that anymore. Reload that, and now I've got it back to. Oops, it didn't reset it. Oh wait, I think I have to unbind it now. Yeah, I think I do. I think I have to unbind it now because is it reloading? It doesn't actually reset it. Yeah. So yeah, it did. I have to unbind it. I don't know how to do that. I don't want to do that. I have to kill out all my TMUX. Anyway, you get the point. So this stuff right here, if you want to change the names, by the way, you still have to change the names. It is kind of annoying. It is kind of annoying that you have to type in the new name, whatever, right? And that something that burned me is that it doesn't change the one that you're highlighting. It changes the active one. So if let's say I want to change the name from Neo, and I do the normal thing to change it. This isn't going to change Neo. It's going to change Bastion because it's active. See the one with the star? So you have to make sure. I've more than once I've changed the wrong window name doing that. Yeah, very entertaining. And so that's kind of the takeaway from this. You can play around with that. It's really grateful for that. But you can go up and just go through them all. I frequently will change the names of them so I can see which one I'm on rather than remember the numbers. It's just faster to do W and then up and down. It's kind of cool though that's the same way that buffers are done. So if you do, this is unrelated, but if you do Control A equals, the way to navigate through buffers is the same thing. It's up and down with J and K, and it's got the same preview of what was in the buffer. You can do multiple TMUX buffers. This is why you should never use Vim panes, which I'll do a separate video on. And you can pick the buffer that you want to load up. And that will then load up the buffer. And then when you go in, and the thing that's really cool about that is you can actually, if you want to cut and paste multiple segments together, separate video. But the point is, it's the same kind of navigation, right? So you can go up and down. One last thing, when you want to kill a thing, you can just push X and then yes, and that will kill the window from the browse mode. So you don't have to actually go out and exit and Z it all out. So if you end up actually adding a bunch of extra of these things, and which I tend to do, and you got these extraneous ones that you don't need, you can just X them out. You can just X them out and X, Y, and you can go back and then navigate back and forth through everything like this, kind of nicely. So that's a short video about why you might want to consider getting rid of your meta. You can always bring your status bar back if you're running Pomo or something. You can say set status, and that will turn it back on. I think status is a toggle, so I think you can set status again and it'll toggle it off. You don't even have to do the rest of it if you don't want. So that's the end of that video. D in a buffer to delete him. Oh, I did not know. All right, so lots of videos. It's starting to take a toll on me. I feel like I'm doing a beginner boost day, kind of. So, yeah. W, yes. I use Control A ampersand for that to kill that main window. I don't bother exiting out. It's just faster to do that. So that's why I do those that way. When I get a 5 like that, I used to use numbers, and so if I ever do that now, it's just because I'm annoyed that I want the numbers to change again. Is there a right way to set term variable? No. That's kind of a bash RC conversation, but yeah. I force my terminal to be xterm56 color every time. And because, yeah. You know what? Color strip. Yeah, I actually have a problem right now. I have this exact problem right now. This is 12-bit color. So I bet if I exit, it'll work. Nope. That's even worse. That's worse. Hey, Wham.
One man 4 is now following.
I have, you know how many times I've fixed this problem? I don't have infinite color right now. It makes me sad. So you see how the sunrise is kind of like janky? All these things are in my dot files, by the way. So that's how I know that I don't have the colors. Something's broken. Yeah. I lost my millions of colors somehow. I don't know how. It might not be supported in the terminal app. We should install Alacrity just to see if it is. That was one thing I remember Alacrity really being good at doing. Here's the thing. If I'm going to go the route of having a PB copy hard coded in my tmux, which it's going to be because I'm never going to use anything but a Mac anyway for my main system. Period. Just not doing it. I don't mind hard coding that in there. And actually, ChatGPT knows how to do this. I'll ask her. ChatGPT's a her today for some reason. Sometimes it's a him, sometimes it's a her. How do I integrate the system cut paste buffer with tmux using default terminal on a MacBook Pro? So it says to integrate the system clipboard on a tmux on a MacBook Pro, use the terminal default app, blah, 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 XPP copy. Here's the utility, configure tmux to use Mac OS. Bind copy, sync keys. Okay, this is the thing I recommended before. I know that this can be done. This does it using a key, which I don't like. I don't like that. B, run the paste from Mac OS. Run, P run. This is not, no. Copy pipe and cancel PB copy. This actually makes it into a key. I want to do it automatically. How to use the clipboard integration with tmux. Control B, enter the set. This is how you do copies. This is what I was talking about. Use the arrow key or the Vim. Press space to start a selection. This I know. With the text, then do enter. Yep. Ooh, look at this. Press Y or enter to copy the selected text, in which case the copy will be to. I've been using enter, so this is like this is cool because then you could use enter. Y is yank. So that I didn't realize that was where that was being done. That's actually not that bad. That's not that bad. And then Control VP, yeah, that I know about. I actually had this in my tmux conf and I got rid of it. I don't know why. It's in my history file. If I went back in my, it would be quite the nostalgic trip to go back through my .files commits over the last like 5-6 years. I've removed so many things that I've ended up adding back again. All right, let's do this. Where's the PG dump? Here it is. Copy. So again, this is exactly why I want this, because when I hit copy, it's in the system buffer, but it's not in my tmux buffer. And the thing that annoys me about that, bind tmux to paste from macOS clipboard using PB paste. The problem with that is how is that going to affect. That's. I don't know. I gotta try this. Wait. Means. I guess I'll leave that. So I just have to remember to do the other paste. I don't want to do that. I want the keyboards to be the same. ChatGPT, I can let ChatGPT do all the thinking. Hell yeah, are you kidding me? I absolutely can. You betcha. Doesn't mean I don't know it. Do you know how many things, how much time I've saved on ChatGPT in the last 2 weeks? Just the last 2 or 3 weeks. I've saved literally hours. I would say probably a full day at this point on stuff that ChatGPT dumped out that I already knew and didn't or need a reminder on, or it was faster at writing than me. If you don't learn it, you're gonna get left in the dust, man. I really mean it. As a technologist, if you are not leveraging some sort of assistant to help you in your tasks at every given moment, you will get left in the dust. I guarantee it. Because I already know that, because the people who learned how to search the web through the command line left everybody in the dust. And because they were able to get answers faster than anybody else, and they were more efficient, and their content, their code, and everything was much better. And ChatGPT is just a search engine on steroids. Is all it is. It's, you know. So anyway, I mean, obviously you have to check it just like you would have to do any research. Copy mode VI. What's up with the -T about? What's that about? Here you go. What does -T do in Tmux bind? This is a kind of thing right here. I would still be opening the web browser to search for it. So in Tmux, the -T option for bind command, I don't need to know how to search for this. I just want the answer. The T option for bind command specifies a key table where the binding applies. A key table in Tmux is essentially a context mode. By using -T, you bind keys to specific key tables rather than using the default global key bindings. What? I had no idea. I've been using -R for all this stuff. This is so much better. Thank you, ChatGPT. Thank you. The end. Mikey CV send prefix. Yeah, I do that already. I think I had that already. I had that at one point. I don't think I still have it though. I don't know when I deleted that. I have a CB someplace. I'm pretty sure. I'm buying CB. I don't know where I lost it, man. I used to have CB sending. I used to have CB sending the stuff to the internal, or to the other one. First 10 hits are always so mad. Absolutely, Maluba. It's like, which is why I do command line searches, right? How far do you have to scroll through this stupid Stack Exchange idiots? You know, I love it. I love it. I used to be kind of ambivalent. Now I like totally love it. I definitely need a dash B for that. Copy my VI send keys. PV copy. I'm going to test this for a second. Tmux load buffer and paste buffer. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. You can, wait, what? Tmux, you can call Tmux load buff? This is 3 shells? I don't care. I don't care that it's like shelling out. Integrate the system, the Mac host system buffer with Tmux. I want to write that. I want to write a little section to do it with XClip. And this is where I wish there was conditional logic in Tmux. Is it at all possible to detect the host OS from tmux.conf so that one has PB copy, and another uses xclip. Yes, it's possible to detect the host operating system and config file. And then here's how you can do it. You detect the host. So let's detect the operating system using uname. Set up a conditional logic and tmux. I see, again, I did not even know you could do conditional logic and tmux. I was saying how annoyed I was that you couldn't do it. Oh my God. There it is right there. Oh my God. This is so cool. And I got an answer in 10 seconds. I love it. I love it. I'm telling you, if you're not using it, use tmux format registry in order to do conditional logic. Yeah, but I'm already using tmux format screens for other things. So, if show you great copy VO send keys, copy PB copy. It literally wrote the code for me. Holy shit. Oh my God. Look, this is the kind of thing, I have no desire to learn this stuff. I just want it to work. So, this is insane. Just T bind copy if shell ugrep Darwin bind copy PB paste. Oh my Lord. Bind copy mode send key copy pipe link and this xclip selection for it knew what I wanted because of the previous queries. And so it said, yeah, hey, by the way, this is what it would look like. I don't know if it works, but we're going to test it. Yeah, that is nuts. That is just absolutely nuts. That is absolutely nuts. I have to test whether it works. I am reloading. Config reloaded. Okay, so first things first. All right, let's test whether. Well, let's open another window. By temp. Actually, no. Let's do something. All right, so we're gonna go open up something. Merriam-Webster. All right, we'll open this web page, and then we're gonna copy some indeterminate specific or thing. Control C, and then which I don't know if you can even do that. We're gonna find out. So then we go back over here. Yeah, temp foo. Oh, this is some stuff I was doing the other day. And we're gonna paste, and now I'm gonna do Control A. Oh, didn't do it. Yeah, let's see. Wait, what? Am I still in tmux? Uh-oh. My buffers are not showing. Do you want your buffers to show, Rob? All right, there's a buffer. It didn't update the internal buffers for some reason. You know what? I actually don't think it copied it. Because I don't think Control C is working. It's like I have to pick copy for some reason lately. Nope. Also still didn't work. We're going to work on this. We're going to get it. There. It worked if I did Control V. Let me make sure of something else. So Control C. Control V. Yeah. Okay. So Control C and V are working. With if shell is not good. Yeah. Well, maybe that's why I'm forgetting how bad it is, which is too bad. Yeah, it did not do this. Copy mode send keys dash x copy paste keep PB copy. Bind R run PB paste. Bind P run. Oh wait, they have it on P. P. Oh, it worked. It worked, but P is the paster. Oh, that also worked. What? It's working. Why didn't it work over here, though? It's working now. Why is it working now? Control C. Maybe I didn't Control C it before. No, that didn't work. It's definitely not listing as a separate buffer. Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? Do I have to? No, I should not have to do that. P. All right, so P worked. P worked, but Control A, right bracket does not work. So that does make me wonder about something. So if I do, wait, it's the other thing too is it's like for some reason it's taken over my ability to do. Oh, here we go. Enter. All right, now that should put it in. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's what we want. P. Okay, so P print, P paste. You know what? That's so much easier than going over. I've actually got to change that. I've been doing that, which is the right bracket, which works in screen. That works in screen, but apparently P is also supported. So that might have to change. The question I have is, does that also let me paste to a different thing? So paste, it does. Okay, so that, it looks like it's integrated now. It looks like those two things are integrated. I'm gonna leave that for a while. I probably have to mess with it, but I'm gonna leave it for now. Sync system buffers. All right, so selection clipboard actually. So this says it's either Darwin copy paste xclip. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that. TMX plugin. I would never use a TMX plugin. Yep. That might be worth looking at the internals of plugins. I am not a plugin spam because it's just shit I have to install. And I want a single TMX config. Yep. Not a fan. Not a fan of the plugin system at all. Again, I also I'm a big screen guy. I use screen on systems that don't have TMUX. So I only want to have a dependency on 3 files, and not even that if I can get away with it. BashRC, vimrc, and tmuxrc, period. So I can get on any system and pull those in, and I'm good. Now, to that end, I've been hobbled by the fact that I also like to use filters, which are usually 1 or 2 or 3 line, scripts. And the reason for that is so that I can use them from within Vim. And you can't do that with aliases or functions. You can do it with function, but it has to be a shell, and it's complicated. But it's always better to have it as an executable. So that's bad though, because that means that all of my little dot files and everything have to go to my target system. Could I set up an infinite number of macros in my default vimrc and have it take forever to load up? Yeah, I could. Could I make a whole bunch of plugins for whatever and ship all of that with it? Yeah, but how is that different than just shipping a bunch of bash scripts that are filters? There is a better way, and the better way is to have a single monolith binary that you transfer over that does all that stuff. And so that's actually what I wanted to do today when I started the day. I've got window sun in my eyes now, on my face. Yeah, I should probably. There's like a mirror. Stay there. Oh well. All right. I do want to play around with my monolith for a second. I know that sounds weird, but because the more I've been getting into this, yesterday we talked about the monolith and being able to transport binaries as well and have everything just installed with your rootkit. Basically, have your monolith be a rootkit. It's not a rootkit. I don't need a better way to call it than a rootkit. But that would actually have all your configurations, everything would be bundled up into a single binary so that you can get on any system and be immediately, able to do anything. A HomeKit. I like that. Oh, I like that. Or a dot kit, a HomeKit. I like HomeKit. HomeKit's better. HomeKit. Yeah. I really like that, Slurpee. That's a great name. How can we, what kind of development do? Whatever I want. Mostly systems operations. I do all kinds. I make APIs for machine learning, job submission, enterprise systems backend, high performance computing, blah, blah, blah. I started out as a web dev. Actually, I started out as a Dungeons and Dragons developer, writing BASIC when I was 12. But I moved on from there. Anyway, so I don't consider myself a coder. I can code, but I've seen people who know how to code. So there's other people who are better than me. I should probably make a very short list of people that are more valuable than me to watch for coding and operations. Het Tanis is way more valuable to watch than me for when it comes to systems operations and enterprise architecture because he's way more qualified. I work in the same space, but I'm more of on the coding side of it. Domestic programming, that's a very weird question. You never master it. That's why I like Linux, right? You never know it. You never learn all of it ever. Unix, it's infinite. You're always learning something new, and you can never keep it all in your memory. I mean, I code in 20 languages. I speak 4 languages, and I still am never going to learn it all, right? It's like you never arrive in this world. That's one of the attractions of IT, by the way. Some people would say it means infinite imposter syndrome, but it could also mean infinite beginner mind, right? Infinite opportunity, infinite excitement, infinite challenge. What up, BertSec? Love your icon. That's really cute. And just so much to learn. Well, okay. So a little plug here, guys. If you're having problems with Linux, you're getting overwhelmed, back up, slow down, put your mind in the right place, and start following somebody like Het Tanis, or go back or Primeagen, or I mean, there's a number of streamers who will break things down for you, or YouTubers, or actually, go check out the videos. Please, check out the SkillSec videos regarding mental state to begin learning. I've made a lot of videos about this. Frankly, eventually I want to write a book about it, but who reads books today? It's too bad that more people don't. They don't. They go to YouTube because they want to watch a bunch of YouTube videos. They don't want to read. Anyway, here you go. So skillsec.io, start your tech career, prepare yourself mentally. Look at how many videos just on prepare yourself mentally. Dealing with imposter syndrome, organize yourself, put the time in, no, it's never too late, blah, blah, blah. Fight imposter syndrome, avoid Anakin syndrome, don't become a tech bigot, blah, blah, blah. So, all right, back to what we were doing. What was I doing? I was actually going back to my, this is me trying to install NeoVim, which is a pain in the ass. It is. It should not be. in order, I have to click on a thing, download a binary, untar it, and then put the binary where it goes. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Let's go to plugins. You can find even plugins on each site. Yeah, I'm not a plugins guy. I already told you guys why. I'm all about the monolith because I'm all about hacking and operations. So let's go for another hour on this, and I'm going to end for the day. Because reasons. I have other stuff to do. All right, let's do. Hey, thanks. All right, so let's go to.
Is now following.
Let's start doing. Let's do some go coding today a little bit. The vet in the wheelchair. Did I help him anymore? No. I did see him probably 3 or 4 more times since then. Hey, he likes to hang out at that. He was by the liquor store, and he's kind of a home base there. I'm still trying to determine if he's actually handicapped. I know that's a bad thing to say. I usually try to give people the benefit of the doubt. But I haven't run into him in a while. But he does go to that food line right there. We don't live there anymore. We moved. Some people may not know that. I know a lot of you are here for the IRL streaming. Like, where the IRL? Where be the IRL? A little bit of recap of the schedule. And yeah, it has been nice. It has been nice. It's been a while. I'm doing a lot of, as you can see on the stream, on my calendar here, which is, just go to !Cal anytime. When in doubt, flip them over. Yeah, that probably would have been about, I think. So I do have a bunch of IRL coming. It's just not here yet. So this is when I'm going to start going back to IRL. And it's also when I'm officially going to do the beginner boost. I'm kind of starting early on the beginner boost today. Because it's daylight savings time, but after Halloween, I do want to kind of get out and do some bike riding in Halloween time, but I don't know. I can't promise it. I still have some cleaning to do. I don't have a lot though. I don't have a lot of cleaning. I just have to and I have to move my storage unit, and that stuff's all packed up. I just have to move it. So I might end up being able to do that, stuff. So there's going to be more IRL biking and walking around. I'm still paying $300 a month for all that gear and those subscriptions. So best I'd probably start using. And I bought an Action 5. Yeah. I bought which is really great because it does low light and it's got two mics, so you can do ASMR. And I'm actually looking really forward to those streams again. But for right now, we're doing code and stuff. Let's do a little bit of Go coding. I'm going to stand up and we're going to push an hour, and I'm going to actually update my Z monolith and look at it a little bit more. I also want to understand how to turn my Z monolith in, actually how to provide Z shell completion, and what that would look like. This has been triggered by a desire to get it more universally supported, my Bonsai framework. I was actually kind of on the fence about whether I was going to support Bonsai. I even made a video saying I wasn't going to do it. I'll show you what the Z monolith is in a second. With the idea of a home kit, I'm actually going to start calling it a home kit. And a dot kit, a home kit. I think those are. I think how would you make one? I would really like to kick off a movement towards this idea of putting all of the things you could ever want in a single home kit binary, including your customizations for BIM, your Tmux files, and what that would even look like. In fact, I think I want to make a series about this. I think I do. So we could have a home lab series. Oh, it's not hard to maintain. Absolutely not. Much easier to maintain. The other thing too is it has a release on it, right? So you can get the latest from any GitHub. I've been trying Nick's Home Manager. I didn't like it. Oh, hell yeah. This a HomeKit actually goes with you. The thing that's really great about a HomeKit is that you can run it on any operating system or device. Anything. You can run it on Android. Did you see they're gonna let Linux apps run on Android now? They are gonna let Linux apps run on Android. So anything that you can run an executable binary on that can be compiled, and Go compiles to anything, cross compiles to anything. You put it in a Go releaser, and your HomeKit is available anywhere in the world at an instant. And you can pull that down if you have network access, and you can run it and then just set up all your stuff. I think that's the thing about it is if we promote the HomeKit stuff, we could build an application. We could build a web-facing application that's a registry for HomeKit plugins. So people could actually distribute their HomeKit plugins, and then they could add them to their own HomeKit file. And this is why I made Bonsai, so you can do this. And then they can compile, and it will dynamically import at compile time, not runtime. It will dynamically import those things and make the plugin a part of your HomeKit monolith. And then that monolith could be distributed anywhere. It's like so freaking cool. And the other thing too is that everybody could have their own customized HomeKit lab. And Bonsai already supports multi-call. So if you wanted to, you could say multi-call setup, and it would actually make symbolic links to the same binary. And then every one of those other little commands that you would have now become independent commands on the system that you put them on in your path. And that's exactly what BusyBox does. That's exactly what BusyBox does. Wouldn't that be great, Het? And then it's all built in. And then what we could do is we don't even have to sell anything. We could make a place where people could list their plugins, right? They could list their HomeLab plugins. And so they could actually share their HomeLab plugins. So you don't have to have, so I would share my Tmux config plugin. And if you want to run Tmux the way I do, we can make it configurable so that you can import it. And then, it actually will bust out your file for you and everything. Make menu config. Oh, hell yeah. That's the kind of thing. Right? But the thing that's so cool about that is like, what that would do is that would put some structure around, number one, the way to distribute and set things up, because you just have a binary you run, you're done. In fact, you don't even have to run setup. You could just keep it and it would do the thing. It would kick off Vim with the right configuration, right as a temp file, which if you're a hacker is better because then there's no evidence of it anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Like you could even bundle, this is the thing, that's why I want to call it a kit. You could bundle your favorite version of VI in it so that your binary travels around in this HomeKit monolith, which is big. It's going to be big because it's going to have all your favorite applications in it. But these days, who gives a shit? Application sizes are relatively small over the network, and in bundling the version of Vim that you know is going to work for you, or NeoVim, is not a problem because they're single statically compiled binaries. In a land of statically compiled binaries, which is what we're getting now, whether it be Rust or whatever, you get a bunch of that stuff. And so then you could actually encapsulate the latest version of Vim as a plugin. You can even make it so that the release of the plugin, every time there's a new Vim release, it triggers an update using GitHub Actions or something, and it actually recompiles a version of the plugin, of the HomeKit plugin. And the HomeKit plugin would then become, if you're going to make a plugin, the way to do it is make it so that it becomes a part of a statically compiled monolith, because then that thing can get sent around and your plugins are built in. Basically what this is static binding for your .file scripts. That's what it is. Rather than having, I have literally 150 scripts, and some of them I don't need, some of them I want, and some of my, I certainly can't share them with someone. If I wanted to, how do they do it? You go to their GitHub repo, you copy it and put it into your directory, right? Or you copy out their function or something. But I would want to just, have the other thing that actually follow it. Hey, Jay. So
Jay is now following.
I'm going to call it HomeKit, and that's going to be an ongoing project. And I'm going to use Bonsai for it. And a couple of things I have to do with the Bonsai before I do that. I have to remove the dependencies in the Bonsai application. So Bonsai currently has several clone Bonsai. Bonsai currently has several depths on other things. And I did that because I wanted to factor out all that stuff. So before I proceed with the HomeKit thing, because it's going to be built on Bonsai, I'm going to go ahead and Bonsai's already got the built-in importability, unlike Cobra. Cobra doesn't have that by default. You have to specifically organize your stuff, and then you're crippled because all of it's runtime. It's all runtime. This new setup is dope. Oh, you like the background and stuff? I mean, it's okay. It's just Mac stuff. Mac in my Pocket 3. All right, so this stuff all has to be factored out. And because I want Bonsai to be a single, there's no other dependencies. I want everything to be vendored, and if it has any remote dependencies, I'm gonna actually vendor them, because I don't want Bonsai to break because somebody goes to import it and it doesn't work, right? So I'm like, I have dependencies on some crypto things. So I'm probably going to be vendoring this. So I have some work to reorganize Bonsai a little bit. Bonsai is my CLI tool, yeah. So gh repo view -- web. So here it is right here. This is Bonsai. Actually, who made the logo? I can't remember who did that. It's a modular multi-cloud BusyBox builder in Go. The utility is that Bonsai lets you maintain your own personal toolbox. We're going to start calling Toolbox a HomeKit. Toolbox or HomeKit with built-in auto-completion that you can assemble from various Go modules. Individual commands are isolated and unaware of each other and possibly maintained by other people. That's the benefit of this. I use Bonsai for a pen test. I was able to inject eBPF.io kernel modules that were part of bin. Bonsai is genius. So the reason people like it is because it is a binary thing. They can write plugins that use eBPF, and so they can put rootkit stuff in there, and then HomeKit, rootkit, we can call it both, right? So Bonsai was born from the very real need to replace messy collection of shell scripts, wasteful completion sourcing, and OS-specific documentation with a single stateful binary composed of commands organized as root node trees with a clean, modular, portable, statically compiled, and dynamically self-documented design. Look at these docs. There, I challenge you to find better documentation. I challenge you to find better documentation, period, in any command line tool. This is the documentation that's automatically generated. It's full markdown. You can set up your own markdown template syntax if you want to. It automatically creates, these sections for commands are automatically created and dynamically populated with the values from your system when it runs. Cobra didn't have that when I made Bonsai, and then they added it after the fact. It also has other shortcuts. Shortcuts are related to stateful stuff, so this is better than Viper. Viper is totally broken. And people don't know what Viper is for configuration management, but my stuff is way better. It's also modular. You don't have to add help, and you don't have to add the config stuff. Those are all modular dependencies that can be compiled in if you want them. So you don't need it, but it's in there by default. So is all the help. The entire help system is modular. If you wanted to replace the whole help system generation, you could write your own. Getting started. This uses your pager on your system if it detects it. It actually implements color into your pager system if the color is detected. This is using the detected less pager. If you don't have a pager, it will just print it as text. Otherwise, it will use the pager that you have on your system. Show me one command line framework that does that on the planet besides mine. There are none. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit proud. I don't know why I was thinking get arena this. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking amazing. Yeah, it is so much better. I made this because I was mad about all the other ones. The only thing that it doesn't have that I want that the other ones have is it doesn't have Z shell completion. It has built-in bash completion, the same as HashiCorp Vault, by the way. HashiCorp Vault and Terraform, the way they wrote their own CLI toolkit, guess what? They do completion the same way as me because they're not fucking stupid. Sorry, that was too far. It's one line, complete -C. Why are you not doing that? I can't help myself. Anyway, so this is way better. Nobody knows about it because nobody knows about me. We already had a comment today. Like, why the hell are you not like huge on YouTube? Because I'm me. I've been that guy that people are like, oh my God, I'm so glad I met you. My whole life, I've been that guy. Making other people look great and big and being the tiny. Also, I'm an asshole. My wife told me that the other day at breakfast. You know, you're an asshole. Yeah, I know. Just being passionate. No, I'm an asshole. Definitely an asshole. Also passionate. All right, so let's go. Come back. You're still ranting. Pixel, why'd you go away? I'm going to rant about that. Because you have a life or because you had to do a gummy. One of the two. They're the same. They're one and the same. I need to find my gummies. My gummies are buried over there somewhere. I know. I'm trying to defend myself against my own internal feelings of inadequacy for not doing my job that I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to clean my room. My wife is slaving away cleaning the apartment. The other apartment. To be fair, we're doing exactly what we I want to do this one thing. I have to stand up though. I have to stand up because my back hurts. I'll be back in a second. I'll save you the slurping noises. I'm not going to slurp in your ears. Yeah. I was using Cobra and I hated it. Don't get mad, get busy, my friends. Don't get mad. Get busy. If you don't like something, make something better. Don't complain. Well, complain while you're making something better. Pretty much my life, my entire life. Complain the whole time, but still make it better. That's also the definition of kind versus nice. New Yorkers are kind, while Southerners are nice. Complaining makes it fun. It does. Yeah. I should put this on my Amazon affiliate link. So here, let me say how I made it. Say, once I was born from the real need to replace messy collection of shell scripts. I actually toned this down. It was like straight up attacking Cobra. It was so mean. It was so mean because I was pissed. I was like, I hate this thing. This is the worst shit ever. The guy that maintains Cobra now is the same guy who maintains Hugo. He's such a dick. And I'm not going to say his name. If you go find his name, you can let me know. But I approved you. I can show you threads and issues and stuff that he's closed and the way he's answered them and everything he deals with it. And he's such a fucking dick. He's a dick. He's the biggest dick there is. And he's superior dick. Like you think. So the great thing about open source is that you don't have to put up with the dicks of the world. You can actually make your own thing. Or you can fork it and say, fork you. That needs to be on my shirt. That needs to be on. I need to make merch that says fork you. It's like, oh yeah? Oh yeah? You're going to tell me that you don't like my idea? Okay, fork you. And then you can like try to make something better. You'd buy it? We put like a get above. Get fork you. This is why I don't have money, because I don't spend time doing things that make money. I do things that I want to do, which obviously after this is gone, I promise we're going to get back to coding, but while we're doing, we can talk about Bonsai a little bit. People, please don't get me wrong. The person that I said is just a dick is a dick. Okay. I'm sorry. There's no other way to say it. Now I'm going to get in trouble because I made an ad hominem attack. What I need to do in order to back that up is go list for you every single interaction that person has had with people asking honest questions, myself included, but mostly other people very innocently asking questions and them having to get fucking roasted by this piece of shit gatekeeper who's now for some reason in charge of all this Cobra stuff. And Hugo. I actually forked Hugo too. I made a project in 2017 called Hugonaut, and it was specifically designed to make Hugo better and having it was designed on Vue.js, by the way. It was based on Vue.js's no configuration initialization state, which is absolutely beautiful. And I made a Go system to do that. That's actually when I got sucked into TOML. That's when I made the TOML logo, because I made something called FADB, file system as a database, that allowed you to organize your YAML files in a pseudo database way. And it would actually just query the file system as opposed to a database. But you could just use a SQLite or something instead. And at the time I was like, well, are we going to do YAML or TOML? And I got really into TOML, and that was when I submitted the TOML logo, and it got accepted. It surprised me a lot. But I abandoned that. I abandoned Hugonaut. Because I follow what TJ Hollowaychuk said. He's like, why do you need a framework for this? You don't need it. You don't need a framework. The Bonsai book is not a thing. I started reading. God, look at that. I was going to write a book about this. I still want to write a book about this. My friends, all of this stuff was put on hold because of the move and because of my biking 4 hours a day. And now that I've got my health and I'm doing yoga and I only need to bike maybe 45 minutes a day, I'm going to be returning to a bunch of my tech stuff over the next year, which includes, skill stack and stuff like that. So I'm kind of happy because this does allow me to do that. Pomo is actually a really good example, the Pomo timer, of something that is can be run as an independent binary, or it can be run as a part of a home lab, a home kit. A bonsai tree is what I was usually calling. I was calling these bonsai branches before, which is what they are. They're bonsai branches. You can have a branch and it can have an entire command structure. So yeah. What did Pandoxer contribute? Oh, he just forked. Probably not wanting it to go away, because that's pretty wise. Because I tend to throw things away in fits of rage. I do. I'm so bad at that. This needs to be added to Go Releaser. I also want to make a bonsai init, which will actually create the initial structure for you, so you don't have to do it all. Yeah, I'm kind of glad, because I've been wanting to do a bunch of like tools and have them be usable. I made KT and I put it into Cobra, and I'm like, does it really need to be there? Anyway, we're gonna find out. So I pretty much doubled down on the no dashes and no dash options for the sake of simplicity. All right, so let's go back to it. Let me go back to mode here. We've probably got another couple hours. I'm gonna when my wife comes home, I'll do some cleaning. I'm not gonna not clean. I promise you. I'm sorry. I'm having fun. This is really fun. I'm having fun. Anyway, let's clean up bonsai, shall we? Lots of issues. Comparse does not force ignore missing initialization about a year ago. Booklink is dead about a year ago. Export user reflection. People really want a book about this, and I think I could probably start to accommodate them. This project, you deemed to have accepted agreement. Okay, I'm actually going to do this properly. I'm going to save the main branch, because people actually really depend on this. And if I accidentally push something to main, it will break everything. And I don't want to do that until I've got it fully tested. So I'm going to do a proper PR thing on this. GH repo view dash web. I'm going to change my title to be bonsai, actually. You know what? I'm going to stop the stream and restart it really quick. I'm not going to change it. I'm just going to restart it. All right, so give me 1 second. All right.